Yeah, I think so. Okay, so I think this is the one I kept, right? So I need to modify this guy. So let's copy as a path. Is that what that means? Is that the same kind of copy? Well, no, I don't really want to copy that, do I? I want the normal version. I guess I should fill people in what's going on. What's this called? First, I'm updating the banner. Per Maple's suggestion. She was right. Okay. So let's see if we can find the banner. What would I have called that? I don't want it by size, I want by type. Can I sort these by type? Show hidden, no. Okay, whatever. So, Obsidian logo, no, that's for a video game. Sheet template, no. Overlay, no. I didn't realize I had that. Okay, that was for the dice I was gonna work on. Let's see, light, okay, that's something else. Breaking news is for a short. More dice stuff. Endgame. Yep, there's that. What's happening, Nomad? What's up, Aditya Mishra? What's happening? Looking for something real fast. That's the twin movies thing. What would that be? First off, can I hate the UI on this thing. Where did I would have swore I would have saved that. How weird. Okay, it looks like I didn't save the last time I did this, which is kind of strange, but whatever. All right, so let's put this here. Oh, or not. Here, let's try this then. Create from clipboard. There's no data. There should be image data. And music got really quiet. Okay, there we go. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so do this, create clipboard. All right, that's not gonna work. Fine, I don't care. Here, let's do this. Discard changes, and then what happens if I just pull this guy into here? Will I get the? Okay, there we go. Nice. Now here's the question. Yes, excellent. I did not cover up anything. All right. So now I gotta find the image that Maple was talking about and remember where I put it. Did I put it on my desktop? Let's hide that, get rid of that. It is on the desktop. Now what size is it? It's blurry too, but that should be okay. Okay, that's my concern, is that it would be really small. Okay, yeah. So I must have done that screen rip from a small version of the video. So let's go back to that video and find a bigger one. Or is that how I did it? It's got to be, because I don't have the video anywhere else. All right, what's my channel name? Diegesis. Diegesis, a quiet place too.
Wait, I don't know how to do.
Let's go real slow. Okay, that's pretty much exactly it. And yep, still funny. So let's do that. Okay. All right. So don't need rectangle mode. Just need all that stuff to clear off. How do I get that to clear off? I used to know how to do this. How do I do that? Maybe I can't. Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. Let's just go ahead and grab the whole thing, just in case. Boom. Now, let's head back. Unfortunately, oh, this is 4K? Theoretically, it's like pseudo 4K. That's fine. Yeah, this is exactly the same picture, I think. It's shocking how the same it is. And then I guess for posterity's sake, let's just go ahead and try to verify that these are indeed bigger. If it's not, yeah, okay, it is bigger. Okay, that's fine then. We'll use the bigger one. Boom, boom, boom. Be-da-doom. Okay. Then, all right. So, let's go ahead and bring this bad boy in. We can give that its own layer, and I guess the plan would be to cut them out first. So let's do that. That makes a certain amount of sense. So what's new with y'all, man? What y'all been doing? Anything exciting for anybody? Getting ready to work here on the Patriot. And I'm catching up because the Patriot's the last video that I have. Normally I would switch over to a... Oh, that's not going to work. Normally I would switch over to an Arianna video. I'm sorry, to a Maple video after being done with Arianna's video. But Maple is... I don't have another one. So we're going to do an Arianna video again. And then Friday, Maple comes back to record again. And then on Saturday, they're both going to come back and watch a couple of TV shows. And then I guess still got to figure out like when Arianna can record another movie, I guess. And so that's kind of what I'm up to right now. And also I want to try to start reinstituting the post-video discussions again. So we'll see how that goes. Okay. Whatever we watch, certainly going to make sure that it's not very violent or not very sweary. I mean, there's a lot of things it just doesn't like right now. It also doesn't like when I live stream, which is kind of frustrating. Right after my live stream got taken down yesterday, my YouTube partner manager hit me up on an email and was like, hey man, you know, how are those optimizations working out that we discussed? And what he means is memberships, which none of y'all care about, so that's why I don't mess with them, as well as super thanks and super chats, as if I have something I can do about them. And then also aside from just turn them on, but then the big thing is he's asking about streams, and it's like, I stream all the time and you will know that my streams get blocked all the time, so I don't know what it is that you want to talk about. Just absolutely worthless. Absolutely pointless. What's happening, Fahrenheit? What's new, brother? want to fix something real fast before we get moving on. I told Maple I was going to do this because she had a good idea, and I keep forgetting about it until I look at the channel, and every time I look at it, I remember. I'm like, oh crap, I forgot to do that. So we'll memorialize their attempted high five. So what do you call it is up. I've got Inglourious Bastards is online. It says it's good. I have no warnings. I have no copyright issues. I have no, what do you call it? I have no ad and guidance issues. But it's unlisted. Waiting. It's now scheduled and it's waiting to go up tomorrow at noon my time, and just watch after it goes live. Then I'm gonna get some kind of like, hey, by the way, this video is inappropriate for babies. Have you thought about the babies? What if a baby were to come and watch your video? Huh? See, you weren't thinking about that, were you? Like YouTube Kids, that's not real. There's no such thing. I mean, that's really what their stance should be. It should just be like YouTube Kids is like, that's what YouTube Kids is. And if you're not on YouTube Kids, you don't have to pretend like you are. But I don't know. Oh, fascinating. Their arms actually cross over here. I didn't realize that. It's going to look so weird with all this blue, but we'll see what happens. I might be able to do something to like color shift it later. YouTube's weird. We got no super chats and memberships not available for the region. They're not available for your region? Where are you from, Fahrenheit? I'm going to try to go off of memory. Are you from India, or are you at least South Asian? Not an oven inspector. The Patriots is such an inaccurate movie. Well, that would go well with Braveheart. Almost everything is made up or fluffed up, and this is coming from a guy who loves American movies like this. I mean, yeah, so the guy who made it loves American movies too, which is funny because Mel Gibson is Australian, and you may know him from, what's it called? Mad Max 1 and 2 and 3, when he was Australian making movies that take place in Australia. So it's super funny to see how this Australian guy somehow became like an America boo. Like the dude just totally weebs out for America, and he makes like, first he made what's that movie called? He made Braveheart, and Braveheart is like the most American movie I've ever seen. He basically was like, look, apparently the Scots had a revolution, and I'm just gonna treat it like it is the American Revolution because I love America. Fine, whatever. And then it's like he got to redo it later with the Patriot and just kind of do the same thing again. It's just super funny both times. I'm like, all right, I mean, I guess. I don't know what your deal with America is, but you got something going on. I got a question, actually. Is it funnier with the chairs or without? It might look kind of weird without the chairs. I think the chairs actually kind of help. I guess I didn't have the chairs in the other one. We'll find out. If I need to, I can add the chairs. Not a huge deal. So we'll just start without the chairs because I already cut around them. And we'll see how it goes from there. So this one's going to be Arianna. And now let's do one for Maple. South Asia, yeah, Sri Lanka. Ah, gotcha, Sri Lanka. The join button is just not available and I can't send anything via super chat. I mean, yeah, and that's fine, you know, like I don't really care. I'm definitely not in like the, you know, like you guys need to do more. I don't here. Let me put it this way. I talked about this way before I was a YouTuber. I was like, my goal has always been like, I don't want to try to get money from people who don't have it. And I'm not saying all y'all are broke or anything, but like you guys are, you know, slaves to whatever system of economics that you live in currently. And those systems are designed to, you know, try to pay you as little as they can get away with and get the most value out of you that they can. So that means like a lot of times you're going to be strapped for money that needs to go to important things. But there are these big businesses that make hella money that they don't need, and so they can spend it on things like advertising and stuff. So my goal has always been to try to make money from those guys, not from you guys. So I'm not really like, when super chats became a thing, I didn't really care, because I'm like, I'm not really trying to like bleed y'all for, you know, what do you call it, for more money. So, you know, it's like, I have a Patreon. I like having Patreon. It's cool and everything for people who want it, but I've never like, you know, been like, hey guys, come on, like, I can't pay rent. I need y'all to come over and join my Patreon. Because it's like, yeah, I don't want to be trying to make money off of, you know, normal people like me. I want to try to make money off of these billionaire companies that have the money, that won't miss it, that won't feel bad when they're like, oh man, I ended up spending this money on blah, 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 but then I had a flat tire and I wish I had that money for that instead. So it's like, yeah, it makes sense to me. Just like try to get your money from people who have it. God, this camera blur is making her hand look crazy, but whatever. So yeah, I was offended personally when YouTube, you know, came and started hitting me up about how like, oh, we're your partner manager and we want to talk to you about ways to optimize your channel. I'm like, hell yes, let's talk. And then they're like, yeah, so super chats, huh? It's like, fuck you. And the reason that they're crazy about, like, you know, not crazy about, but the reason that they're trying to hassle me about like being more involved with like super chats and stuff like that is because they take like 30% of all that. So if I get a bunch of super chats, then YouTube makes more money. So they're not trying to help me optimize anything in my channel. They're just trying to figure out how to optimize their own ability to make money off of my channel. And it's like, look, man, I need more viewership. That's what I want. I'll make more money if I have more viewership. So let's not try to figure out how to like hustle my current fan base for, you know, for super chats, and let's figure out how to get me more viewership. Like, I don't know, man. YouTube, whatever. Y'all have heard me bitch about YouTube enough. The hard part is I'm going through the same system that everyone else does, which is like you get involved in something that's not necessarily hyper relatable. And you know what I should do? I didn't even think about this. I should just go buy another set. The headphones I'm wearing, both the girls prefer the headphones I'm wearing. I think tomorrow I might head over to the store and go buy another set of the one I'm wearing, because the ones that Maple's wearing right here that I'm cutting out, like, they do not like wearing these headphones. So I'll see if I can just go get 2 pair of the same kind. I think these are the Sennheisers, so I'm pretty sure these are the ones I got at the store. Whereas the ones that I'm editing right now around, I'm cutting out, these ones were in the mail. They came along with my Focusrite audio box. I forget what these things are called. Interface, my audio interface. I was thinking of M Audio. Their M Audio box is what I used to have when I was like 17. Oh, what's up, the game? Yeah, Mabel's expression. Yeah, exactly right. What a pause screen. Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. That's the plan here. The Maple, actually. Well, I picked this one out for like a community post I was doing, asking if people would be interested in watching the girls watch shows, and they said yes. So that's cool. So now I am... Oh, so I used this image for that. Maple saw it, and she said she thought it was hilarious and that it should be our banner. And I think she's onto something. And I kept telling her I was going to do it, and I kept forgetting, and I feel bad. So now I want to go in here and make sure I get this done like I said I would. And then we'll get back to starting up the Patriot reaction. Which, yeah, not super stoked about. I didn't love that movie the first time. It's aight. It's okay. It's just kind of one of those, like, you know, once you've seen Braveheart, you've kind of seen it. And I'm not sure that it's like the superior version of that type of movie, but who knows? I think Arianna said she responded to it more, though. I think she dug it more. Oh, wait, hold on. What's going on? Wait, what the fuck? Oh, never mind. Sorry. I'm stupid. I think I got it. No? Oh, okay. I'm almost there. Almost there. A couple more tries, and I'm totally gonna have it. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. There we go. Okay, great. So now I've got this, and you know what? Okay, great, good. That's good because it means it works without the, what do you call them? It works without the chairs. So nice. Okay, so now what I got to do is, this angle works fine for me. So let's go ahead and put Arianna where Maple is. I guess they should be like behind the text. And then we'll put Maple where Arianna is. And we should blow all this up. But I'll deal with that in a second. The text needs to be in front for now. So let's get on here and let's go ahead and hide all these real fast. What's up, Lons? I just found out about the new Evil Dead movie coming up. I just found out about that yesterday, I think. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, Mel tapped into Empire hate early on. Which is fair because he's Australian. It would make sense that they also hated the Empire. I mean, I don't like any Empires either, to be fair. But having said that, it's just funny that he comes across as like such a America boo for being not American. I know a lot of, you know, Rush Limbaugh type guys who are just like, you know, obsessed with America. And it's like, okay, well, fair, you guys live here. But like, that dude's from Australia, you know? Imagine if I like moved to Australia after being like a movie star in America and started making movies about like Australia versus Britain. Like, wouldn't all the Australians be like, who is this guy? Why does he care so much? This guy seems really, really into us. And also, why did he make our revolution or whatever seem a lot like the American Revolution? It's so strange. Even down to the part where they start talking about like, you know, like, oh, well, we're going to have to fight them using like hit and run tactics. Like, it's the same thing that happened in America. That dude just got really into America at some point. It's kind of funny. I'd love to talk to him and be like, what the hell happened, dude? Like, you're Australian. Be Australian. Like, I'm not even as dyed in the wool about America as he is, and I am American. It's fucking crazy. Okay, so I have a bit of a problem. I don't think there's going to be a nice, great way for me to cleanly grab these letters. We're going to try. We're certainly going to try. I think if I do it like this, it should be pretty okay. And you know what? That came out pretty well. That came out better than I thought it would, so nice for me. Snaps for chat. Okay, so let's take this bad boy and put it above the girls. And now, we've got that going for us. Okay, not too shabby. I've seen worse. Did I already get rid of the other one? I did. Okay, well, okay. Gotta hope for the best. The main protagonist in the Patriot is so one-dimensional. He's just pure evil. And oh, you mean the antagonist is evil? I agree, and the movie never explains why. Yeah, right. Well, I mean, he's done that, right? I mean, like Longshanks in the Patriot is like just kind of a cartoon character, the level of evil he is. And there's not much of an explanation for that either. And then similar, and then, you know, so he just did the same gimmick with the American version. And then, because you're talking about the bad guy is like one-dimensional and evil, but like so is, as much as the bad guy is like one-dimensionally evil, the good guys are one-dimensionally good. They're just like, you know, if you had to ask if your teacher, you know, in your writing class was like, hey, all right, so here's the only problem I have with this. The problem I'm having with this is it's not quite selling that they're high-fiving because I had to separate them so much. But if your teacher in school asked you, you know, hey, you know, what's up with your main character? It's like, you know, it's going to feel very, well, my main character is just, he's good man. He is very good, and he loves freedom. And those bad guys are freedom haters. He's a freedom lover. Okay, so this is like what we're trying to replace, right? So that means we don't want too much headspace Okay, so let's think. So we don't want them too much higher than the D. So let's try to fix that. We don't want them too much higher than the D. So something like this would be more appropriate. Okay, now let's try to get them like, I don't know, maybe here. I guess we don't want their faces obscured. So maybe we'll go for like that. And then we'll go for like that. Does that do anything for us? Would that work? Okay, so let's also mess around with, let's brighten these guys up a little bit. And I like doing that through exposure. So we'll expose more, and then we will crush our blacks a little bit. Rinse and repeat over here. And we're trying to go just before we get like some kind of major blowout clipping in the whites. And all right, that's better. Now what we need is, we need some outlines. And I think I went for a 10 last time. Let's actually try for a 5. See if we like that better. Stroke selection, we're already set to a 5, good for us. All right, doesn't help if you set the stroke to black on a black background, so let's try that again. And I know that their torsos are messed up. I'll fix that in a bit. But right now I just gotta make sure the whole thing just works all together first. Now let's grab her. Yeah, I can fix the torsos afterward. My theory, though, is that the torsos won't even show up, so it just won't matter. So I don't want to spend a bunch of time working on something that just isn't even going to come up anyway. Stroke selection. Boom. All right, yeah, a little something like that. Okay. So now the only issue we have is this stuff. Okay. This stuff doesn't stick out enough, so let's go ahead and give ourselves a nice little drop shadow on there, and hopefully that will help. So let's crank the opacity, and let's bring it down to fit a little closer to the letters. And let's think. Crank the opacity too high, and then we can do like what, the grow radius. Okay, all right, now we're talking. Yeah, that helps. That helps. Not like anyone cares too much anyway. Yeah, I think the Lethal Weapon series gave him that image. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Yeah. I'm Aussie. It makes perfect sense, actually. Short version, Australia is too boring, so he needed to come over here and do it. That's funny. Yeah. Chad, I forgot what your stance on Evil Dead is. Do you take the RLM stance? That Raimi stuff was one of the best things that happened to cinema. Howdy, Chadsky. What's up, Wanton Destruction? All right, so unrelated coma. Let's answer your question. No, I think Sam Raimi basically makes comedy horror. A lot of his stuff is very oriented around like old 50s and 60s style you know, filmmaking sensibilities that he's kind of taking the piss out of when he does the scary movies. But nobody likes Evil Dead because they're scary. They like them because they're funny. So they like to take the piss out of the first one, and then they think that Army of Darkness is funny. I don't. It's not my type of humor. So no, I'm just not a Sam Raimi fan. Is basically the short version of that. I don't really get him. What's up, Arianna? They did kind of explain the antagonist. The guy's family had been shamed, and he didn't have a title. He was trying to become a war hero in hopes that it would lead to nobility in the colonies. Okay, that's fair. But I mean, I understand his motivation for, like, doing what he's doing. By the way, welcome, Arianna. But I don't know if I understand his, like, why he's just so cartoonishly evil, though. It feels like they made him so mustache-twirly evil. I think if that movie was made today, we probably would have handled that character with a bit more kind of nuance to make people feel like there's a little bit of, what's it called? Like a little bit of some like moral grayness would help make it feel more fleshed out. Where it's like, I get where he's coming from, but I also get where our hero's coming from. But instead, they just made him like this church burning, just, you know, kid murdering, just totally evil man. And that's fine, but it just feels a little dated now. It's like, come on, man, like, you know, who's like that, you know? But also, I haven't seen this movie since I was like really, really young too, so I may just be remembering it differently. So let's try to export this as, we'll call this, instead of new try 2, we'll call it new try 3. And boom, see if that looks any better than the current one. But I do think Maple's onto something. I do think this image is funny. Yeah, exactly right. Like, he was totally doing the most, and so it's not a matter of like, you know, I don't understand like what his goals were. I just don't know why he had to do them in such a dastardly way. And it's just Mel Gibson. But the biggest thing that cracks me about Mel Gibson, though, is just how kind of America-weebed he is for just being a guy who, you know, spent his young adult life in Australia. Okay, so how do I do this again? I totally forgot how to do this. Let me think. Like, my channel, and then what? Customize channel? Is that right? Nope, that's not right. My name's Chad, and I don't remember how to do this. I always forget how to do this stuff because it doesn't come out very often. Let's see, your channel, YouTube, account, view channel. No, I don't want to view my channel. Okay, here we go. Okay, I found it. Okay, great. Now, let's try to change this one for, what's it called? New try 3, is that right? And, oh no, I effed that up. Wait, what? Oh, no, we're good-ish. The girls could probably stand to sit a little lower. Let me show you what I'm looking at. So this is all of my, like, what's it called? These are all of my tolerances, I guess, is a word to use. Let me get back to looking at you guys. I haven't seen Patriot since a kid. Remember people loved it though. Yeah, I saw it when I was like 15 or so, I think. I see you going for the high five but missing since not looking. Yeah, exactly right. But the problem is, like, these are all my tolerant, like, this is what it looks like on a TV, which I don't really care because most people are not going to be viewing us on a TV. Also, I don't know if this is true. I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. But I do trust these. So this is what desktop will look like. That's okay, right? Yeah, they could maybe stand to be a little lower. And then this is what, like, it looks like on your phone, which is fine because it's just mostly showing off the title. So it's kind of like this is the desktop version and this is the phone version. But I don't think we need to see the tops of their heads. I think that we're following a better a rule of thirds here. So I think I'll just stick with it this way. But like I said, I was pretty sure we were gonna lose the bodies. So that's fine. I mean, I guess we could make them even smaller, but I think that won't help. That'll look even more weird. So let's just try this for now. See how that works. I wonder if that notification just now was the notification of hey, or what do you call it? Okay, great. It has not updated for me yet. Nice. Well, ain't that something? Well, actually, maybe it didn't update because I didn't Save. Yeah, I gotta press the publish button. There we go. Okay, now let's try that again. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it works. Why does the quality look so terrible all of a sudden, though? What? It doesn't look that bad on the computer. Why does it look that bad here? What happened? Oh, because it's blowing it up when I zoom in like this. So what if we go for like... That's like roughly the size I want us to be. Okay. Well, that's something for now. It's pretty funny. But you can read that, right? Like, you get the idea. They just went to high five and Maple got smacked in the face. Someone else just said that, so I'm guessing that it comes across. And I hope so, anyway. I might come back and revisit this later. I'll save it for now, and then we'll see about it some other time. Yeah, that's so weird. Banner redo. That's so weird that I didn't save this last time. Strange. Okay, whatever. I guess I was feeling very confident. Okay, back to work. So, let's get rid of everything at the end except for her discussion bit, like normal. Boom. Okay, cool. Let's also get rid of our marks. Clear in and out. And then we'll get rid of all of these. Those are where the major pauses were. Okay, so this is the movie audio, huh? So we can actually do this here too. We'll just go ahead and get rid of all that too, and we'll just blow the whole thing up. Okay, excellent. Okay, here we go. The game. Chad, have you ever watched another reaction channel where the reactor seems like they're over-exaggerating? It makes it hard for me to watch those because I feel like they're being insincere. You know, to be honest, man, to an extent, all of them are going to be a little over-exaggerated because most of the time when you're watching a movie, you're just quiet. You know? Maybe during, like, a comedy, you might laugh a lot out loud. But most of the time, we've, like, you know, most people, especially in America, you've been trained your whole life to shut the hell up while you're watching movies. And so it's if anything, I feel like probably on average, if you're reacting to something, you probably are playing it up like if you felt, you know, a 7 out of 10 about the thing that you watched, that you're reacting to, then maybe you crank that up to like an 8 or a 9. But I do agree, if someone is like trying to reach from a, you know, maybe a scene was scary to them, but it was like a 4 of scary, and they try to kick it up to like a 10, then yeah, that can feel, you know, kind of obviously disingenuous. And I'm with you. It kind of it can be tough for sure, But it's just like I said, it's just part of what you have to worry about. Is like it's always going to be a little bit. I mean, like you're on camera. Anything you're going to do like on camera for the entertainment of other people is certainly going to have at least a little bit of playing it up going on. So yeah, then it kind of just becomes like, how much are you doing? Okay, that's better. We could be brighter. Let's give that a shot. We're going to crank our gamma a little bit, because our gamma, I wish I could show you. I can show you on HDR. Like gamma should be somewhere where shadows are, and that kind of shows you what the affected areas are, which the spots that are gray are the spots that aren't affected. So that means her face is actually not super affected by this. So let's look at what dark does for us. Okay, so that's not that either. So maybe light. Okay, so light is going to be her face, and it's going to be the blue background behind her. So you know what I think I'm going to try? I'm going to try something a little weird. Can I do contrast on here too? I can? Okay, great. So here's what I think I'm going to do. I'm going to try to power window her. There's a possibility that that's not a good idea. but it probably is fine, so I think I'm gonna try it anyway, because my name is Chad. There's 2 things you gotta know about me, and that is that I got soul, and I'm super bad. And if you didn't know, then now you know. So this is gonna be awkward, because obviously this chair is gonna move, but we'll see how it goes, because I got some plans on how to make this not a nightmare. Or a disaster, anyway. I got theories. So this is a power window. It means I'm going to only affect stuff in here. You can kind of see on there. If you can see it, it's just showing her. I just talk to myself a lot in everyday life. I would have to agree that sometimes subconscious reaction to overreact. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you don't want to see someone staring at a screen looking bored. That's exactly right, because that's the problem. Most movies, even if you love it, like, you're just sitting there going, oh, wow. Like, if you were to watch me watch Everything Everywhere All at Once in the movie theater, you would think I didn't like the movie because I'm just sitting there quietly enjoying it. So, yeah, you kind of have to, like, walk people through, you know, what you're thinking the whole time. And the best thing, I think, if someone is trying to figure out how to, like, fill their reaction with content, basically, I think one of the best things you can do is just talk through, like, your theories, you know. Oh, well, he's doing that. I'll bet it's because of blah, blah, blah. Or, you know, maybe that's going to come back from this or whatever. Like, those kinds of things. Those are one of the easiest ways to have, like, a thing to say and not have it just be, like, I don't know, you know, come across like you're just rambling about your day. Okay, so I should be able to boost her face. And now let's go, like, too extreme. You see what I'm talking about? See how I've isolated just her face? Well, not just her face, but I've isolated the the lumen range band that her face is on is similar to, like, her coat, and this highlight spot on the shoulder of the chair right there. So yeah, you can mess with the exposure like that. I could also, like, darken, and then we lose, like, all the definition in her face. So we just want to boost that guy by a little bit. Probably around there. And part of why I'm trying to isolate her face to do that is because I don't want to... Okay. And then let's go for, like, a global and just boost everything a little bit. Nice. Okay. Now let's go in here and kick our contrast up just a tiny bit. Oh, but the reason I don't want to boost everywhere is because I don't want this to become, like, a huge blown out nightmare. I got to do something about our background. Our background fucking sucks. I hate it. I gotta figure it out. We had a better background before. I'm thinking about just, like, changing, like, the shape of my entire room again. Okay, and then let's back off her face just a little bit. There we go. Don't want to make it look like she's got, like, I don't know, a skin condition or something. Okay, so now this is more of what we're looking at now. And then let's compare and contrast. This is what it was. See how dark that was? And this is what it's like now. Okay, so a couple of things that we're going to mess with here. One of them is the power window. All right, bring it back. Where's my power window? There we go. Okay, so let's go ahead and make this guy softer. There's, like, no softness going on right now. So we're just going to give that guy a bunch of softness. Ooh, that's going to make her chair look like it's floating. But I think we're good. Now let's go back to this guy, and cool. That gets rid of that hard line, so people are probably not going to notice that unless they already saw the stream. And then her face is probably now, again, just a little bit too boosted, so let's go ahead and chill that out just a little bit. All right, where do I want you? I want you probably somewhere around here. Oh, yeah, that's a huge difference. Okay, great. Yeah, much better. There we go. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, that helps a lot. A little bit of contrast, a little bit of boosting, and now we got ourselves a nice little mix that I am much happier with. Okay, sweet. I was going to do some sharpening, but the contrast actually helps, so I don't think I'm going to need to do any sharpening. So that's what Arianna looks like. Beautiful, beautiful. Wunderbar. So again, I can turn all the effects off, and then that's what she looks like. And it's fine. It's just so muted. The light just isn't really, like, kind of kissing her face at all, so yeah, that helps a lot. For sure. I want to see the anti-reaction channel where they don't react at all until the end and they just say, oh, pretty good. Well, you think you want to see that, but you wouldn't be able to find it because no one else would be watching it, so it would not get recommended to you by YouTube. I used to think it was a curse that I couldn't control showing my emotions on my face, but with reactions, it works. Yeah, that's what's up. I'm all about showing them emotions. Or relating with a personal story is cool too. Well, right, if it's connected to the scene, I'm talking about when someone just is, you know, kind of doesn't know what to say, so they just start kind of talking about, you know, the coffee they had earlier. That can be a little frustrating for viewers because they feel like you're not really engaged with the movie. I think that's why the group reaction channels do well, because people have someone to bounce off of. I mean, I totally agree with you. I think that is true. I have always loved when the girls did reactions together. I thought they have great chemistry, and I do think it adds something having the two of them. So that's the plan on Saturday, is that they're going to be watching some shows, and I am very stoked to see. Okay, yep, I thought this was going to happen. It looks like most of the time it's fine. When she moves her chair out of the way. Yeah, it's a little weird. But generally speaking, it's fine. Whatever. It just makes her chair look like it's glowing. No big deal. People might ask about it. It looks like it's mostly just during this one part. But aside from that, we're fine. I don't really care enough to mess with it because I think it's barely going to be noticeable. And it looks like most of the time the chair's not in that position. It's really just going to be every so often. I'll probably even be able to cut that out, so whatever. It'll be fine. What's up, Cosmo, if I haven't said hi yet? Yeah, the Thing reaction was great with them together. I agree. Have you settled on a show, Chad? I might have settled on a couple. Yeah, the game plan is probably going to be Avatar: The Last Airbender, True Detective, and a third show that I forgot. Damn it, what the hell was the other one? Avatar, True Detective. I literally forgot. Oh, the Pacific, that's it. Yep, yep, yep. How'd the Inglourious Basterds edit go? Theoretically, it went fine. I have it posted. I don't have any, like, issues from YouTube yet. But watch, it's gonna go live, and then 5 minutes later, it's gonna be like, oh yeah, by the way, we hate you. Demonetized. Yeah, Arianna's the shit. And yeah, Fargo is such a good movie. Such a good movie. Hell yeah. Avatar: Last Airbender, can't wait. I'm so excited. Yeah, my only thing about it is I'm a little nervous just because, in my opinion, the show starts a little bit slow. But when it gets going, it's really, really, really good. It takes a minute, I think, first off for the writers to figure out like what they want the show to be. I think the show is absolutely like kicks into another gear post Toph, and I think it takes advantage of something that happens in all shows, which is like when you just watch it long enough, you just start to develop a sense of deeply caring about what's happening on screen, because now you just have a different level of understanding of what's happening on screen. So okay, so here's what we got the movie and we got her. So what we want to do now, par the new process, is oh hey look, it's a homeboy. I love this actor, can't remember his name, from Michael Clayton. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do for the new system. I'm gonna make this guy, and I'm gonna call this one just like movie shortened, and then this guy, and I'm gonna call it Arianna shortened. Right, now those are gonna be my reference spots. So now what do I do? Oh, these are probably not, yeah, whatever, it's fine. Okay, whatever. So I think I get rid of the Arianna one altogether, if I recall. And then I take this one, and oh, this feels weird. This feels so weird.
You have to have an ability.
Okay.
I love that deep blue.
Deep blue. Oh, the dress. That is a pretty dress. I agree.
Jess.
Oh, who's this lady? I know her. It's kind of funny. It sounds like just a, what do you call it? A commentary track.
Not gonna lie though, that dress is gorgeous.
It's funny. It just sounds like a commentary track when there's no video to go with it. I forgot he had the biggest family ever. Oh wait, is that kid? Is that the little boy from The Sixth Sense? Oh, this little girl. Remember her too? What happened to her? I remember thinking she was going places. I figured I would just see her in everything. Can't remember what the last thing I saw her in was. But this kid, he looks like the bully from The Sixth Sense. Is he not the cough syrup kid? Is my man a slave owner? What's going on here? Who are these people? Huh? What the fuck? Yeah, nervous about Avatar for them. I am too. I really do hope they like it. I think that they will if they give it a shot. It just takes a minute. And again, it's not like it's terrible in the beginning, but in the beginning, you wouldn't understand in the first season probably why everyone loves it as much as they do. Once we get going, though, the show does really eventually become just one of the best, animated shows of all time. Tom Wilkinson. That name sounds familiar. I don't think that's who this is. I heard YouTube is cracking down on violence and language again. They are. They're cracking down hard. I've already had stuff get demonetized because of it. Yeah, it takes a few episodes to kick ass. Hopefully the girls love it. Yeah, I hope so too. Tom Wilkinson was great in my... Oh, that's his name. The actor. Got it. Awesome. Yeah, I know. He's good. I like him. Yeah, he was also Falcone in Batman Begins. Jolie Fisher. Is that what his name was? Ah, Braveheart 2. American Boogaloo. You ain't wrong. Jolie Richardson. The boy who did the commercial in The Sixth Sense. It is him? Vanessa Redgrave. Who's Vanessa Redgrave? Everyone is someone's kid. That really annoys the shit out of me. I'm so sick of Hollywood just being like so openly what's the word I'm looking for? Openly fucking Jesus, what's it called? Nepotistic, I guess, cronyistic, I'm tired of it. It sucks. Okay, so this is my media in, media out relationship. So what do I want to do? I guess we're building our normal little thingy, so let's go ahead and do that real fast. Bam, rectangle. So I could make all of this into like a macro and have it be automated, but to be honest with you, part of why I like doing it manually, part of it is just because it's because what's the word I'm looking for? Like movies change aspect ratios, so I don't want to do it the same way to like a 4:3 aspect. Or I'm sorry, 4:3. Don't never do 4:3. It's like a 6. A 2:1 versus a 2:3.9 or 3.9 versus a what do you call it? What's like a full screen? Not right. Full screen's basically 16:9. So that's part of it, but the bigger part is I just don't want to forget how to do it. So like doing it every time keeps me sharp, makes me remember how to do this, because if I had it set too long, after like however many videos I've done, I would just completely forget what I was doing here. So okay, that's not right. Angle it, that's what I want. I want this to be what, negative 45 degrees. There we go. Okay, and then we'll go about there. Okay, great. Now we'll take a background, which is going to be black. I hate that I have to duplicate these, but I have not been able to figure out another way to do it. So I'm just kind of stuck. Okay, then this guy, let's go ahead and give me a merge node. Thank you, sir. Thank you kindly. And this guy's gonna connect. Whoa, buddy. That guy's gonna connect like that. Swap inputs. Boom. That's Control T, right? Okay, Control T. I'll try to remember that. Nepotism, shake my head, laugh my ass off. I'm just here to enjoy the chill music and learn about editing. Hell yeah, this is my way of decompressing from my edits. Yeah, I feel you, dude. Editing is tough. It's tough. Yeah, legacy hires. Lawns, nepotism? Yeah, nepotism is the act of basically like hiring your children and like hooking your kids up with jobs that whether they deserve them or not. I was actually just talking about this. I was saying, like the Ace family and those kinds of guys. There's going to be like this weird thing that happens because there are a huge amount of YouTube channels that are massive, that are just family channels, like family content. So you've got like the Ace family here, and they have 18.6 million subscribers. This is a massive YouTube channel. And, you know, it's just vlogs of their kids, which there's a couple things to say. First off, obviously their kids did not like ask, you know, to be YouTubers. They don't have the ability to understand what that's even all about. So it is kind of ridiculous to just like record every minute of your child's lives. But on top of that, JoJo Siwa girlfriend drama is a mess on the Spill Sesh with 673,000 subs. Jesus Christ. But what I was bringing up to my roommate earlier today was like, there's going to be this weird nepotism thing going on YouTube in a couple of years, where a lot of these kids who were in like family channels, they're going to get old enough to have their own YouTube channels, and they're going to have this weird dynastic shoe-in where it's kind of like, well, my dad started a YouTube channel however long ago, you know, 10 years ago, and now I was 10, now I'm 20, I have my own YouTube channel. Well, fuck that 20, who's starting a YouTube channel at 20? They're starting at like 15. So it's like, yeah, it's like when I was 5, I was in like a family channel, but now I'm 15, I started my own YouTube channel. Well, the millions of subscribers who were with like, you know, the family channel, well, some of them are going to cleave over and come watch me on like my spin-off YouTube channel. So there's going to be this weird thing going on where like, I don't think people understand yet how dynastic YouTube is going to get, just like television is or movies are. It's the same thing. It's like, oh yeah, I'm already a YouTuber, my kid wants to be a YouTuber, well, of course I'll help out my kid, you know? What do you guys think about that? Like, even if they don't succeed, they're gonna have a shot at the plate that normal people don't have, for sure. Okay, so that's what's happening here. So let's go ahead and just move this up here. And then move this up here. Oh, no. Yeah, I got a feeling it's just going to feel just like how it does with television right now. Or movies. I mean, like, what's his face? You know, Philip Seymour Hoffman, one of my all-time favorite actors. I think he was incredible. It is an absolute, you know, travesty. We're all missing out for not having him around anymore. But, like, Paul Thomas Anderson, one of my all-time favorite directors, makes Licorice Pizza. It stars his son. If you look at his son's, like, filmography, his only movie is Licorice Pizza, the movie he starred in. So it's just like, you know, my dad wasn't someone fancy. I don't get to just star in movies because of who my dad was. It's like, yeah, that's really frustrating to me. I don't love that. Not my favorite. Yeah, legacy hires. Yeah, even Andie MacDowell's daughter is breaking into acting. I'm sure she is, yeah. I've seen like a bunch of Attack on Titan reaction channels that start and fail recently, but one channel made a month just titled "There's Anime Haters React to Attack on Titan," and boom. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, Attack on Titan and stuff, I also think like real anime, normally like if it's a Funimation or something like that, those cats crack down hard. So I'm not in a hurry to try to do like real anime yet. And I'm not sure like which one I'd even want to do anyway, if I was going to do one. She was in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood as Pussycat. Who's she? What? Mountain. What'd you say? Even Mandy. Oh, that's Andie MacDowell's daughter? Hilarious. See, that's what I'm talking about, right? Exactly right. That's so funny. Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about. Yeah, that's so funny. That's Andie MacDowell's daughter. That's what I'm talking about. It's like, I don't know. It just sucks. I hate it. Let's see. Yeah, pretty much like college applicants getting in by virtue of being the spawn of rich famous people. Exactly like that. Yep. And then destruction. If Markiplier ever has kids, their channels would have immediate following. That's what I mean. Like, they're all like that. Yeah, it's coming. The dynastic YouTube civilization is coming. Yeah. I think nepotism's fine. It's sensible to help the people closest to you. I do not think it's fine. I think it's a version of corruption. Funimation used to be Sony, but they got absorbed by Crunchyroll. That's hilarious that Crunchyroll is bigger than Funimation was able to absorb them. Edward Norton is descendant of the guy who married Pocahontas. Yeah, that's a little different. Okay, so from here, I'm going to want to add a transform node. And we're going to want to shrink this guy down to half the size. And then we're going to want to move it over to the corner of the screen. Man, that guy moves fast. That thing is sensitive. I just remembered where I got that from too. That's from Major Pain. Okay. Size. Why is it? That's weird. Why is it feathered? Wait, why is it feathered? Let's see. You're on the black one? And you're on this one? No. This one? What the fuck? Okay, it must be this one. Okay, why are you feathered? Height, weight, border width? Soft edge. Yeah, there's no soft edge at all. I can just make it way softer, but it never goes completely not soft. That's so strange. Whatever. Okay, so these seem fine size-wise. Now... Oh, I'm at 0.5. I don't want to be at 0.5. Forgive me. We don't do 0.5. We do something more like 0.64, generally speaking. So transform size 0.64. I did a 0.7, I think, last night. Or not last night, but 2 days ago, whenever we did Inglourious Bastards. Okay, let's get this guy up here. And yeah, let's see if a 0.7 feels appropriate. Okay, cool. All right, see that? That's probably too big. That's probably gonna look like it's encroaching, but let's find out. Let's take a look. Okay. Never mind, because I haven't added Maple yet. I'm sorry, Arianna yet. So look, I'm just gonna come out and say it. I'm pretty sure 0.7 is too big. So let's go ahead and chill off to a 0.6. You know what? Let's be cute. Let's do a 0.65 instead of 6.4. And see how we like that for now. And if I need to go back and adjust again, I can. But I just want to give it a little looky-loo. As close to what I think will probably feel right as possible. All right, so that's that. Now let's get Arianna in here. So Arianna shortened should make it synced automatically with what we're looking at here. So Arianna is going to go in, and then there's going to be a merge node. And then the transform node is going to go into that merge node, and then it's all going to go in here. And would you look at that? Not too shabby. I guess I just wish she was further over, so that's fine. Let's go ahead and give her a transform node. Is that what this is? It is. Okay, cool. All right, so let's go ahead and push you over to like here and then up a little bit, and then we're gonna have to increase the size so that we can get rid of all that blank space. Okay, much better. Much better. Yeah, okay. All right, here we go. I fuck with this. Okay, yep, works for me. Okay, and I think that is like the node setup to make this version of the video work. Oh, one more thing I'm missing. Let's back all this off a little bit, and then let's add the drop shadow. Yep, drop shadow node. And there we go. Get ourselves a nice little drop shadow there. What's going on here, bud? Why you look weird? All right, shadow strength. Let's change the angle. Sure. No. No, it should match where the light's coming from, and the light is coming from the opposite direction. So let's change the drop angle to try to match. I can't. This is weird. Very weird. Maybe it doesn't like where it is. Let's move it. Oh, nice. I didn't know you could do that. Oh, that's awesome. Let's try it like this. Okay, well, that already looks a little better. Now let's change our angle. Oh, that looks way better. Okay, that's what it didn't like. It didn't like trying to do it after the transform, or before the transform. Okay, so this is fine. So there we go. We'll do it like that. And now it looks like the light is matching where it's hitting her on her face. And there was much rejoicing in the land. Everyone is happy. My dad called me and said, son, I'm proud of you. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Word.
I'm in no mood.
Word. Okay. Damn, everyone's in this fucking movie. I forgot. Alright, what's going on? Whoa, let's back up. Jesus. Alright, let's see. Edward Norton is really John Smith's daughter. Yeah, I just thought it was funny to pretend that was nepotism. Yeah, fair enough, it was. Ada Dracula. I feel like Ethan Hawke's daughter has done pretty well on Stranger Things. So I'm glad you say that. So you're talking about Maya Hawke, and that's Ethan Hawke's daughter, as well as Uma Thurman's daughter, I believe. And here's the problem with all this. She's a good actress. Lots of them are. But the issue isn't whether or not they're good at their job. The issue is that they get free shots on the plate just because of who their parents were, that other people who would have been equally good at those roles don't get because their parents weren't, you know, dynastic movie stars. So that's the problem. It's the unfairness that makes nepotism a problem. That's what makes it corrupt. Like Hassan was just reacting to a video. I don't remember what it was called, but it was talking about like stages of nepotism in Hollywood. And like the highest stage are the people who are beneficiaries of nepotism that we just forget about because they're kind of older. Like Michael Douglas. No one thinks of Michael Douglas as being like a nepotism baby in Hollywood, but that's because Kirk Douglas was so long ago that people just don't think about it anymore. All right, so let's try this. Okay, and is that what I'm talking about? That's not what I'm talking about. It should be something relatively new. Oh, he was just on, okay, let's see. So that was just a Vulture article. Sure. Vulture, nepotism, Hollywood. And December 19th. Okay, yeah, this is the thing that they were talking about. All right, so let's finish this up real fast, see what you guys are talking about. I don't think nepotism is a synonym for corruption. I disagree. It's not fair, obviously, but it not being fair is why it's corrupt. But I don't think it counts as doing something wrong. I do think it counts as that. The truly exceptional people who aren't connected can still be successful. Right, but again, they have to be truly exceptional, where if you are a beneficiary of nepotism, you don't have to be exceptional. You just have to be passable. A great example is like, what's-her-face, Sofia Coppola. You know, her father made The Godfather. You know, he's incredible, right? But she was in The Godfather 3 as an actress, and she was terrible. Everyone hated her. And made fun of her for being so bad in the movie. And they always say that she's like one of the main things that ruined the movie. If that was a normal person, it ends your career. Everyone says, oh, this person sucks. But it doesn't have to end her career because she's a fucking, you know, her dad is Francis Ford Coppola. So instead, she gets to go on and make her own movie. It's like, well, maybe acting isn't for me. Maybe I should be a director. So she goes and directs The Virgin Suicides. Same thing. The movie's okay. People think it's like, okay, this is interesting. It's a little quirky. It's got a unique feel to it, but nothing special. Whatever. Most of you guys probably haven't even heard of that movie. Then she goes and makes Lost in Translation, and finally everyone's like, oh wow, this is a great movie. I like this one. And now she gets to be known as the person who made, you know, Lost in Translation. But you don't get those shots at the plate over and over again like that if you're just a normie. So the fact that your parents are who they are, I mean, it literally lets you. This is like Hunger Games, and these kids are all from, you know, the first district, you know. So yeah, it's corrupt as fuck. All right, let's see. What are y'all talking about? Her character's pretty important in season 4. That's not the point. It's the starting point that's heavily skewed. Exactly right. Yeah. If 4 players start with $0 and 1 with 1 million, that seems off kilter. That's right. That's right. Have you seen that clip of Mel Gibson putting air in his tires and a dude starts filming him? I have not seen that clip. Oh, it's masking with the blur of the drop shadow. Hard edge on the mask. Got it, got it. Oh, so we're doing American Braveheart next? Yes, we are. Gotta always get your drop angle correct. You are correct. Mind you, Roland Emmerich directed this one, didn't he? Or am I completely wrong? I have no idea. Thanks, Cosmo. I'm American, and even I cringe at some of the scenes. Yeah, me too. Yeah, they don't think about it, but Michael certainly profited from his dad's connections and influence. Exactly right. It's just been so long, we don't think about it anymore. Independence Day is a huge hit in Australia. Margot Robbie was swooning about it to a confused Will Smith. Independence Day was a big hit in America, too. Kind of related, but it bothers me when stars do commercials. Paul Giamatti has one now, and I find it especially irritating. Why does it annoy you when they do commercials? Yeah, they all start with 5 extra lives, and that's basically it. So, right. So, you know, an all but definitive guide to Hollywood Nepoverse, actors, singers, directors. And so, yeah, so he's got this. It's a smart way to do this because there's basically types of nepotism. Not types. It's all the same type of nepotism. It's more like there's stages of nepotism. So people right now who are like the Gen Z Nepo babies who are on the come up, in 30 years, they'll be the late stage people who maybe made it so big that we don't think about it or care anymore. So let's go for ones that like I know. Like for instance, Daniel Day-Lewis's kid apparently is already starting to act. Getting his start as an actor with Terror on the Prairie, a film produced by conservative media company Daily Wire. That's kind of hilarious that Daniel Day-Lewis's son would be super right wing. Let's see, what else is going on here? Tilda Swinton's kid starred alongside her mother, you know, in the Souvenir films directed by her mother's old friend. So, you know, same thing. It's like, not only am I going to like, you know, get my kid connections so that they get a foot in the door over other people, but I'm going to like personally put them in my movie and act next to them, you know? I mean, the same thing with like After Earth with Jaden Smith, you know what I'm saying? So this one, Cooper Hoffman, this is the one that really pissed me off, which was the licorice pizza thing. He gets to go from being like literally no one to starring in a movie just because of who his dad was. Like, yeah, your dad was kick ass, you know? So these are all like the Gen Z people that are like on the rise. So keep an eye out for these people because they're going to be annoying in the future. Am I still on the Gen Zers? Yeah, everyone knows Lily Rose Depp. That's a good example. Johnny Depp's daughter is just being put in stuff left and right. She's not good. Like, I've never, ever been impressed by her in anything. It's like one of the first things she was in was like Yoga Hosers. She's in The King. I love the movie The King, but like she doesn't do anything. And I've never, ever been impressed by a Lily Rose Depp, you know, performance. Now, here we go. Booked and busy. Second generation stars, more likely to be third build. Colin Hanks, he also never really broke into like that, you know, A-lister kind of status or so, but he's a face, you know, like he's around, you get it, you know. Obviously Tom Hanks is his son. Rumor Willis, what was she in? She regularly guest stars on network TV shows. Oh, I didn't know that. How interesting. Okay, that's a good example though. She's on Dancing with the Stars. You're not a fucking star. Your dad is a star. Your mom is a star. So like, why would Rumor Willis, why would the daughter of people who are famous be on, you know, your fucking dancing show? Let's see what else we got going on here. Yeah. Sosie Bacon, Kevin Bacon's daughter. She's in shit all the time. I first saw her because of her guest appearances on like College Humor videos and stuff like that. Spencer Grammer, I did not realize. Wait, Spencer Grammer, is that who I think that is? Kelsey Grammer's daughter. Spencer Grammer, I'm pretty sure, is the voice of Summer from fucking, what do you call it? But let me make sure I'm not full of shit. Spencer Grammer, Rick and Morty. Yeah. That's she. She does Summer's voice. And she's Kelsey Grammer's daughter. So again, it's like, you know, did they try a whole bunch of people and this happened to be the one who got it? Or is it like, hey, this is fucking, you know, Kelsey Grammer's daughter. Let's give her a shot. Scott Eastwood, we all know how that went. I did not know Scott Caan was James Caan's son. That's hilarious. I've been watching this guy forever. I did not know that. Yeah, Harley Quinn, same thing. Kevin Smith keeps trying to put his daughter in, you know, stuff. She was in Yoga Hosers as well. Louis Pullman, I did not realize that he was Bill Pullman's son. That's so fun. That's the best part, is when you don't realize it. Like, I didn't even know, because I know this guy, I think, from what's it called, the stupid what was that fucking movie called, Is that one that wants to be a Tarantino movie but isn't? Let me know. Something about a hotel. Okay, Bryce Dallas Howard is Ron Howard's daughter. I mean, yeah, it just goes on and on and on. That's what I mean, too. It's like there's so many of them, you know, it would blow your mind. Obviously, and that's another good example. Michael Gandolfini. Michael Gandolfini is not a fucking actor, you know, but it's like, oh, but my dad was in the show. I mildly look like my dad, so hire me to go and play my dad as a kid. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ, I hate this shit. Now we've got, let's see, Almost Famous. They haven't matched their famous relative success, but they've got buzz, have starred in or created at least one major project. So yeah, this is where they start to get a little bigger. Obviously, Dan Levy, you know, being in Schitt's Creek with his dad. This is the same thing I was talking about earlier with Tilda Swinton. It's like, let me just put you in my thing with me, and you'll be good to go. Ben Platt is the kid from Dear Evan Hansen. His father's famous. That's why he got to do his thing. Maya Hawke finally shows up here because she's becoming a bigger deal. Lily Collins is Phil Collins' daughter. I did not know that. That's hilarious and annoying. Yeah, Dennis Quaid, Meg Ryan, Jack Quaid. I mean, I watched The Boys. Like, these are the people that you probably have seen and stuff. John David Washington was given the lead on Tenet, and I don't think that was right. Like, I don't think he was even the best actor in that movie, like, by a long shot. I think the movie literally would have been better if fucking what's his face, Robert Pattinson had replaced him. Like, if they had swapped places. I think Robert Pattinson acted circles around John David Washington. I don't know Maude Apatow. How are you gonna name your kid Maude? Wait, Leslie Mann and Judd Apatow had a kid together? I did not know those two were together, to be honest with you. That's kind of hilarious. Are they still together? Played her mother's daughter in 3 of her dad's films. Knocked Up, Funny People, and This Is 40. Hilarious. All right, what's going on here? All right, I'm too far back. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, O'Shea Jackson got to play his dad. Yep. Okay, yeah, here you go. Andy McDowell. Yeah, Margaret Qualley. She's the chick in, what's it called? Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Wyatt Russell, Kurt Russell's son. And let's move it down. You guys are talking a lot. I'll get back. And then Platinum Grade have starred in multiple, you know, so again, like Alexander Skarsgård, Stellan Skarsgård, Miley Cyrus, obviously. These are ones like probably everybody in the chat knows, you know, like Dakota Johnson is a, well, you may not know this. I mean, yeah, Melanie Griffith's daughter. I mean, and this is a good one too, where it's like generational. We're already seeing it. Tippi Hedren is the lead in The Birds, you know, like that's a wildly famous, what's it called? A fucking Hitchcock movie. Then Melanie Griffith is her daughter, and she ended up going on and having a nepotism career. She was in, you know, everyone lately has been talking about the movie Roar. But then she has a kid with Don Johnson, and bam, she's got Dakota Johnson. And then she's in those shitty fucking, you know, what do you call them movies? 50 Shades of Grey. But this is the one I'm really interested in. Yep, the Graduates. Like, yeah, once you've been around long enough or done enough iconic stuff on your own, no one cares who your parents were. And so they forget. And it's not just that. I think they're right about the, like, once you've been around long enough or done enough iconic stuff. That's true. But another factor that they're not talking about is age. Like, my parents probably still think of George Clooney as a nepotism baby, but I don't, because I didn't know Rosemary and Nick Clooney. So, like, Laura Dern to me, like, I don't think about that. Oh, she's Bruce Dern's fucking daughter? Why did I not make that connection? That's fucking crazy. Laura Dern is fucking Bruce Dern's daughter. That's nuts. I did not know that. I should have known that. Gwyneth Paltrow. Wait, what's going on here? Who's this third Steven Spielberg guy? Does she have 2 dads? What's going on? Whatever. Angelica Houston? Like, oh, I know John Huston. But I didn't know Walter Houston. What, she have 2 dads too? What the fuck's going on? These 2 men make a baby? What happened here? Okay, whatever. Yeah, we all know about Liza Minnelli being Judy Garland's daughter. And then obviously the Estevez family. Angelina Jolie is obviously John Voight's daughter. Okay, that's a great example. Like I said earlier, Michael Douglas with Kirk Douglas. Like, you don't think about that, you know? Yeah, Henry Fonda to me, like, I know him, but he doesn't mean anything to me. So Jane Fonda is kind of like where I start. I didn't realize this until recently. I had just learned this when we talked about Halloween, that fucking Jamie Lee Curtis was Janet Leigh's daughter. I did not know that. And straight up, like, there was like people talking about how that was why she got Halloween, you know? Disgusting. I fucking hate it. Yeah, Jerry Stiller, Ben Stiller, everybody knows that. What's going on here? Robert Downey Sr., sure. And then Sutherland. Okay, they just got these guys close. And then what's going on? Oh, and then they were roommates for the first 3 years in Hollywood. Nice. Yeah, Drew Barrymore. Who's she coming off of? People I don't know. What's all this fucking Steven Spielberg stuff? I know he's connected to her. He's like her godfather or something like that. So yeah, these are like the ones people aren't thinking. Oh, Barbara Streisand. No fucking way. Is Josh Brolin? No, I know James Brolin too. I gotta look that up. Josh Brolin is not Barbara Streisand's son. What? Maybe they're connected from something else. Some of these may not be all parents. They might just be like connections. Oh, Lloyd Bridges. How funny. How did I not know? All right, straight up, couple things. I did not know Beau Bridges or Jeff Bridges were Lloyd Bridges' sons. Secondly, I did not know they were brothers. Like, that blows my mind. Yeah, family. Oh, Barbara Streisand is his stepmother. Got it. Yeah. Okay, that makes more sense. So you know what I'm saying. So yeah, this shit, disgusting. I hate it. Fucking hate it. All right, now let me back up, see what you got to talk about. I'll get back to y'all. What are we talking about? Okay, what's the solution to nepotism? A better system. A system that is not built all around money being like the reason people have influence. A system that was built more around, skill, and having like famous parents not being like a thing where you can kind of schmooze your way into it. Basically having like a corruption league who's like, weeding out basically through regulation. It's definitely not unique to Hollywood. It's not at all. Not even a little bit. It's everywhere. Yeah, the Redgraves are a British acting family, and there's others. Oh, sure, but it's also not just it's not even just acting. It's like everything, Everything in moderation, even nepotism. Yeah. Having known reliable talent is better than a possible flaky drunk addict that doesn't show up on time, but that's about it. Well, but again, we don't know that. What's his face? What's his name? I already lost him, but like, that the son of whoever on their first movie. Who's Licorice Pizza Boy? Like, we don't know that kid, isn't, or is reliable. It's just his dad's name, Summer Smith and Sideshow Bums. Steph Glass's girl from the Goonies is daughter of Keith Carradine. Nice. Got my first job at Taco Bell because my cousin. Yep. Yeah, Bad Times at the El Royale. Thank you. That's what that movie was called. Right, and then Tippi Hedren into Melanie Griffith into Dakota Johnson for sure. I learned just tonight that There Will Be Blood was based on a book. It's called Oil. In the book, the conflict is between capitalism and socialism, whereas the film replaces socialism with religion. Yeah, in essence. Although it's not really about capitalism versus religion. It's about two men, to be fair, in the movie. I love the movie The King. I do too. I can't believe it isn't well liked amongst critics and reviewers. It's just they didn't see it. It's a small movie. It's the movie that made me understand the Timothée Chalamet hype. That was me too. It's the movie that got me on the Timothée Chalamet hype for sure. Yeah, Day-Lewis's son being conservative apparently reminded me of that. Oh, funny. Isn't she in those Jergens commercials? Leslie, man, I don't know. Maude Apatow got a huge role in the most popular teen show, Euphoria. Oh, let's look her up. Maude Apatow, huh? I mean, again, this is just my point. Are you sure she had a big role? I don't recognize this person. I only ever see the same handful of people. Really? She's a big deal in this show? I only ever see this chick all the time with her weird face. And obviously Zendaya. But yeah, look at this. Look at this. Fuck all you people. I hope you guys get hit by a car. Oh my god, the Skarsgårds. 100% the Skarsgård family all together. Brett Herrick, you're exactly right. The better question is, who isn't a nepotism baby? So if you want to go get involved in Hollywood, like, good fucking luck. Who's your dad? Gotta drive somewhere, so I'll catch up. Went to high school with one of Don Johnson's daughters, and she was the biggest bitch there is. I mean, I can't imagine how you wouldn't be with your dad being Don Johnson. It's a lot of cocaine. Dakota Johnson's stepdad's Antonio Banderas. That's kind of hilarious. John D. Washington got smoked by Zendaya in the movie Malcolm and Mary. Yeah, I heard that too. I didn't watch it because it looked like it was about nothing, but I heard that too. And I'm not saying that he will never be a good actor. I just really felt like he felt raw. He felt a little green. There's just a lot of line deliveries where I'm like, okay, almost. You almost nailed that, Carrie Fisher was Dennis Reynolds' daughter. Nice. I wish Christopher Walken had a kid that became an actor. Could you picture a female Christopher Walken? I could, but guaranteed his kids would not, be like him. He's very unique. The Zappa family. Like Frank Zappa? Wow, some of these I had no idea, though. That's what I'm talking about, right? Exactly right. So I think that's going to happen in the future with like, I think that's going to happen with YouTubers. I think we're going to start seeing, you know, think about it, man. Like I was watching Phil DeFranco when he was like 18, 19 or something. Now he's like, my, you know, we're around the same age. So he's got to be in his mid 30s. He has kids. In like 10 years, but probably not even 10 years, probably faster than I think. But like soon, there's going to be people who are like generation 1 YouTubers, like Smosh, you know, era YouTubers that were like really hopping in 2007. And they're going to be making content. I mean, think about it. 2027, it'll be 20 years since YouTube, you know, started really kind of popping off in '07, right? So 20 years, I mean, yeah, that's plenty of time for YouTubers from back then to like have kids, have those kids become like older teenagers, start their own YouTube channels, and there's going to be this weird like dynastic thing going on with YouTube, and no one's going to really probably talk about it till it starts happening. So I called it first. Y'all keep an eye out. Oh man, yeah. 2 men who embody their ideology to a T. Maud plays the sister of Sydney Sweeney's character. Got it. Oh, really? That's Sydney Sweeney's sister, you said? Interesting. She was small in the first season, but weirdly got a huge storyline in 2. Okay. It's already kind of low-key happens among siblings. Soon it's going to be family. You talk about like in YouTube? I mean, we do notice it a lot with streamers because they'll do that where like it's like roommates. Someone will be a big streamer. Their roommates will be like going to work every day going, well, why am I going to work when so-and-so just sits and plays video games? I should hang out with her. And then they do. And then they all play Among Us. And then bam, like now we got ourselves another streamer. So yeah, I fucking hate it. It's a nightmare. Okay, so that's this one. Now we need another one. So let's go ahead and make another one. We'll duplicate this bad boy right here and hop on back. Hop on back to the other side. Okay, and let's get rid of most of this crap. Don't need drop shadow. I do need a transform, but I don't need that transform, but that's fine. We can just reset the transform. I don't think we need these. We don't need these, but I think we might want the rest of it. So let's start with this. Okay, there we go. And then what do we got going on here? Boom. Let's increase our size to somewhere around here. And then that part's fine. Now let's see, we got this one here. Let's go ahead and grab a mask. Rectangle mask. Let's bring the width in to about here. Let's bring the height down to about there. And then let's get ourselves a nice little corner radius like that. Bam. Boom, pow, surprise. Then let's go ahead and give ourselves another merge icon. And put her on that. And then she needs herself a circle or an ellipse mask. And what did I use yesterday? I think we used like 0.35. Is that right? 0.35. I keep saying yesterday. I mean 2 days ago. You get the gist? Okay, great. Yeah. Let's go bigger. Let's do 0.4 by 0.4. Want to give her enough room that she like moves her head around. It doesn't completely cut her off. I don't want her to be able to like move out of frame. Okay, and then we're going to do something else. We're going to shrink this guy. So let's go here and let's add you a transform node. And on the transform, is that the best way to do it? And I got another question. Can I transform you from here? I can't? Okay, fine. Can I transform? No, that wouldn't work. Okay, so it's got to be this. Weird. Okay, whatever. All right, size. Let's shrink it up. Yeah, so let's try 0.7. Okay, now we'll move you up into the corner. Okay, And then we're going to want to give ourselves that little circle thing. So let's go ahead and go, what, background? Damn, what the fuck was that? Okay, let's try that again. Here we go, background. And background connected to its own ellipse. And then merged up somewhere. Probably, what do we say? We didn't want to do it before the transform. Want to do it after the transform? Maybe. Let's try it after the transform. No, maybe it's before the transform. Let's try it before. Okay, so background. Okay, you go here. No, it's got to be before the it's got to be after the transform. Has to be. Okay, you go here, and then let's do a merger. And then you're there. And you go here, and then this one goes here. Nope, that's wrong. Okay, so then that means it's before the transform? I did this yesterday. What am I missing now? Oh, well, I got an idea. What if we just forget about the transform for now? Yeah, let's just forget about the transform altogether. Okay, so where does that put us now? So what we're going to want is... this background, it's going to want a transform. No, not a transform, I'm sorry. It's going to want, let's make its ellipses make sense first. So that's what's going on. We need this thing to have a 0.03. There we go. All right, there we go. And then what we do is, I get it, after the merge. After the merge is when we do our transform, is what I did. Don't mind me, this shit is wildly complicated. There we go. There we go. Okay, so 0.7, too big. Let's do like 0.65. There we go. Okay, now this 0.03 is not big enough, so let's blow that guy up a little bit more. 0.04. Okay, so that's fine. I only got one more issue, and it's this rectangle. So let's bring you in a little bit. Okay, there we go. All right, now let's verify that we're synced, because I did not test that enough. Should have tested that more. Make a vid on it, or you won't get credit. Make a vid on what? Oh, it doesn't matter. No one cares. It's not the type of channel we have anyway, so it doesn't really work. Make a vid. Chad, did I irritate you by my mascara comment? Sorry, I suppose. You did not, Sword. That blurred frame looks like a painting. I don't know if I remember the blurred frame you're talking about. Too bad, not two camera angles. Top left easier. You're a hand on chin type of thinker. I am a hand on chin. I mean, the other thing too is I also haven't shaved in a long time, so I like playing with my little disgusting facial hair. My facial hair is so gross, man. It's like wiry and sparse. It's like what I imagine a bear feels like when you touch their fucking fur. I don't know why my hair is so crazy. Facial hair is so weird. Probably just because I'm like mixed blood. I've got DNA that's fighting itself, doesn't know what to do with itself. It's like, what's going on? Yeah, this is gross. But whatever. Okay, so that's what this thing is. And then we hide that and we get this thing. Okay, good. At least we know those faces look the same. So let's hear this movie.
Not gonna lie though, that dress is gorgeous. I love that deep blue.
Okay, great. Cool. Looks like we're synced. Sure.
Oh.
Sure.
At least it's his dad, but that was quick. Nope.
No, I didn't.
Okay, cool. We've done it. All right, so that's that part. Good for us. Now what? Now we combine these two guys. So what are these called? Okay, we got to do it the weird way, don't we? That's okay. I don't mind doing it the weird way. I heard it's better the second time. Heard you. Wait, what? How's that go? I heard it's better the second time. I heard you get to do the weird stuff. We do the weird stuff. I don't know. Or like, I don't know. All cams, something like that. And then we'll take this all cams and we'll make that a multicam clip and we'll put that bitch right here. Boom. And then we'll get rid of the old one in with the new, hop into our timeline, break it apart. I think we are going to want to swap these two. Yes, 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 yes. That sounds correct. Okay, great. Then we're going to hop on over. It's so funny. I've edited so many videos and like rarely are two edited the same way. It's very funny. Okay, if I press 1, then I'm on 1. If I press 2, I'm on 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Good for me. Good for you. Okay, great. So that's the video stuff to an extent taken care of. Now let's hop into our audio and see how that's going. First things first, I'm the realist. Okay, cool. We're already equalized how I want to be, so that's good. Now let's hop into here. Hop into here. An old buddy of mine has leg hair that feels like a plastic brush at 16. That's rough. That's a rough one. Wait, you have an old buddy who's 16? How's that work out? Okay, Chad. So what are we doing here? So we're gonna want to boost Arianna by a fair. Let's just wing it for now. Let's just go extreme and see how it treats us. So we want to boost her by a lot, but then we want to what controls that? Okay, but then we want a mild limiter. So let's boost by 8 and then let's give it a mild limiter. The limiter can be like, I don't know, like this. Let's do like -15. And then we'll check later. When we did the other movie, I was having issues with like the floor being too loud. But let's do a little checkarooski before we mess around with that. I fixed it in a weird way. I used a noise gate, but I'm realizing that I didn't need to use a noise gate. I could have just used the noise reduction thingy, and that thingy is actually pretty good. I don't know why I didn't just do it like that. What do you do for dialogue compression? What do you do? Let's see what's going on here. You do a 1.6, 23, 2.5 dialogue compression. I wonder what this sounds like. We'll give it a shot. The reason I boost on the makeup so much is because the volume dynamics do change drastically. Let's see how this sounds. Maybe it'll sound good. Okay, now we'll go to the movie, and the movie will also give you a nice little boosterooski, because sometimes characters be whispering, and then we'll compress you, but this time we compress it crazy. Let's go for a -40. Let's do a 4:1 ratio. Why does OBS opt immediately in for their ratio is way crazier. They immediately opt in for a 10:1. Their compression's nuts. Okay, let's do that. Let's have you listen. Let's increase the release to like 162. Let's increase the hold to like 90. And then let's do the limiter. And maybe just give it a more extreme limiter. And then also boost it to 8. Sure, see how that goes. Sure, fuck it. And then this guy, we'll just do one final limiter pass. So that means like Arianna can only get so loud, the movie can only get so loud, but then when they both talk together, the two of them together can only get so loud. So let's put this guy at like a -12. And then see how we like it. Oh, this kid too. I thought I was going to see him.
The assembly's been convened, so I've been called to
Charlestown? We're going to Charlestown?
We are.
Charlestown?
There's like one lone hair stuck in my eyeball right now.
Okay, that sounds great.
Oof.
You're mad they turned Barbarian into a satire? Yeah, I didn't see it.
The concept of port cities during this time frame are very, very intriguing.
Okay, cool. That sounds great. Sounds great. Good for us. Never punch it too hard. Sounds better. I used to keep them a lot quieter. That was a mistake.
Because like, what access do they have to cannons, and things of that nature? And like, fuck those guys, man.
I agree. Fuck those guys, indeed. Yeah, we're gonna have to start being all frick those guys and fudge this and frell that. Frackin'.
I can stop focusing on it.
Yeah, this kid. I remember thinking I'd see this kid in a lot of stuff. Why do I know this kid? I know him from something too. I know like 3, 4. I mean, obviously Heath Ledger, but like it's so funny how many of these kids I'd seen and stuff, and then like they just disappeared. I remember thinking this kid was gonna be around, but not so much. I will be right back. I'm gonna go get some water. Said the youngest kid is the Percy Jackson dude. Talking about like him? Is it Logan Lerman? Is that like baby Logan Lerman? I want to see his face. Where is he? I forgot how slow the beginning of the movie is. This movie takes its time getting started. How long is this movie? Is it like 3 hours long? Nah, but it's 2.5. Don't recognize her, but she's really young. Does that kid get no screen time? Jesus. Whatever. I stopped caring. Lagna Lerman plays William Martin. Who the hell is William Martin? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, he's one of the youngest kids. I don't know about the youngest, but he's one of them. Apparently, is this kid? Don't really look like him. Oh, no, it's that kid. Oh, he's not the youngest. He's like the second youngest. Is that Logan Lerman there? Or is that a different kid? No, that's a different kid. There's too many kids. Thomas Martin. He got too many damn kids. Why did they decide to have him have 50 kids in this movie? Logan Lerman sucks. What's a movie that Logan was good in? I didn't even like him in fucking Fury. Yeah, look at this fucking parade of children. Jesus Christ, man. Keep it in your fucking pants for a minute. So he's got a kid who's like an old-ass man. I mean, God, was your wife ever not pregnant? Jesus, that's some fucking Duggar shit. Servant, huh? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Who made this? Weird. Why is there a PPT download on the Patriot characters? What the hell is this? What am I looking at? What are these? Who made this? Someone making a role-playing game out of this movie? What the fuck? What the hell is this? The Patriot characters. From what? Side player? What's going on? Don't give me viruses. Okay. This website looks creepy. Why is there a slideshow? History through film, Mr. Clark. Oh, I wonder if this is like from a teacher. I have long feared that my sins would return to visit me, and the cost is more than I can bear. Family. It's about drive, it's about power. I mean, what in the fuck is going on here? What am I looking at? Did someone do a book report on this movie? God damn, he got too many kids. Charlotte Selton, Benjamin's sister-in-law. Oh, did his fucking wife die in childbirth? Because it sure looks like he was doing his best to kill her. Anne Howard, childhood friend. I mean, what in the fuck is going on? This is almost over. Continentals. This is just a character sheet of everyone in the fucking movie. I thought it was gonna, like, I don't know, have more. What the fuck? Occam. Slave. It's so funny. Yeah. Alright. Whatever. Okay, sure. Whatever, guy. I probably have viruses now, but how weird. Alright. Okay. Let's see. Logan Lerman. Perks being a wallflower? I didn't see that. Yeah, what did we stumble into? Must be Gibson's Catholic streak. His character, Hal Moore, has a shit ton of kids too. Who's Hal Moore? Renee Auberjonois from Deep Space Nine. A Real Life Animal Farm. I mean, everywhere is the Real Life Animal Farm, but fair enough. Yeah, some guy was practicing PowerPoint. Yeah, he did okay. I mean, the movie's not new. All right, so let's do some zooms real fast. We got to do a couple of those. I need adjustment clips. And then I need to duplicate them, and then make this one as long as that, and then let's take this stuff and blah, 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 blah. All right. And then...
South Carolina, 1776. I love Spanish moss.
South Carolina, come on and raise up, take your shirt off, spin it in the air. Or twirl it in there. How's the lyric go? I forgot. Can't even find it. Twist it round your hand? Is that right? Twist it round your hand? I thought it was round your head. Hilarious. Y'all remember this? Hilarious. Hilarious. Okay, so this is going to be the pop zoom. One, two, three, four. Sure. Well, we could probably stand to be a little bit to the right. There we go. Sure. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, now I need... yeah, third one is just going to be the cover up for gore, violence, etc. So let's do that. You know what I don't remember? Let's save this project real fast. I went through this whole process of like a naming convention for the other project on my zooms, and I don't remember if it saved them. I don't think it did. Oh, it did. Okay, it did. Sweet. Okay, well then. Good. Let's go name those blurs and zooms and stuff. New banner looks dope. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, it was Maple's idea. Let's back up. Main character in We Were Soldiers, the Vietnam one. He had a bunch of kids. I don't remember him having a little daughter, but I believe you. Emma Watson, yes or no, is an actress? No. Yeah, no. She's been kind of like out of the limelight for a while, and I don't miss her. Perkspina Wallflower could play well for Harry Potter kids with Emma Watson in it, yeah. Emma Watson, the things I'd let her do to me. New banner looks dope. Oh, the scientist, yeah, she was good. Alright, y'all are talking to each other, okay. What's up, Joseph? Alright, so I need this guy to get worked on for just, okay. I don't know why this error happens. This is a weird one. Yeah, what's that all about? Weird. Okay, so let's take this. Here, let's name these all first real fast. All right, this one will be called Blur. And this one will be called Snap. And then this one will be called This thing's trying to die on me. Or let's call it like slow. Okay. Okay. Alright, now for the blur one. Let's take you. Boom. And let's go ahead and build us a little power window. And okay, so here we go. Here we go, love. No. Okay, so that's what we want to affect, and what we want to do is we want to desaturate it like that, and then we want to make it blurry with a Gaussian blur, because a mosaic blur is going to make it like impossible to see at all, and we don't want that. We want a nice little Gaussian blur like that, and we'll call it a day. Then we want to grab this thing right, and what's going on? Are we soft? We're not soft. Then why am I having softness issues? That's what she said. Everything is trying to behave as if it has a soft edge. It's so strange. Okay. Alright, so that's what it looks like when something too violent, or I don't know, sexual assaulty is happening. I got hit for Braveheart for controversial issues, and I was like, what the hell are they talking about? And they got back to me after I sent them some emails, and yeah, it turns out what they were talking about was the assault scene where Murrin gets attacked by that guy. And I just told them they're wrong. I was like, that's just so goofy. First off, she doesn't get sexually assaulted. As far as like, the guy is stopped before too much happens, aside from him licking her face. And So it's just kind of regular assault. And then I chopped it up anyway, like I really cut it down. So it's like, what the hell are you guys going on about? What is your major malfunction? And I was like, yeah, whoever made that choice, I was like, that guy should be fired. I was like, you guys are just objectively wrong. I don't know what your deal is. Not to mention, most importantly, it's a fucking movie. No one's getting sexually assaulted. You know, it's like, I think they lost the plot because all the censorship shit, for the most part, makes sense when you think of them in the area of like the real world. If you think of it through the lens of like, yeah, they don't want us showing people on fire. They don't want us showing, you know, people shooting each other or getting stabbed, all these kinds of things. Yeah, that's fine, dude. Like, totally fine. I'm with it. I won't do that. But this is a movie. No one got stabbed. No one got shot. No one got assaulted. Like, it's not real. I can show you that guy. You know, I understand if you don't want YouTube to be live leaks from 2008, not live leaks of today. But it's just absolute horseshit the way that they handle it. So frustrating. All right. Well, after I link these clips, that looks like everything. Now for the really boring parts, but not quite, because we still have to make the intro, so let's make the intro. Wu Shaolin, let's see, you guys can play. Will you be doing a prisoner's reaction before starting Mission Impossible? Probably not, but I'd like to. Definitely would like to. That movie is so good. I don't believe I've seen anything new that Emma Watson has been in besides her playing herself, and this is the end. Yeah, I agree. The last new things I saw from her were that. I heard of the bling ring, but I didn't watch that. By the way, say bling ring out loud. It sounds stupid. It's really hard to say bling ring without sounding like an idiot. I don't know. It sounds weird. Bling ring. The bling ring. I don't know. It sounds dumb to me. Did they happen to state if it was automated, in-person report, or viewer flagged? No, so like it was automated. I sent it in. They say that it was manually reviewed, but just no fucking way. That denied me. Then I talked to creator support and they sent it like further up the chain. And then I got an email and they said, hey, you know, we decided to keep it. Here's what's up. But the problem is like Braveheart got knocked for that. And it also got knocked for having swearing in the first 15 seconds of the video. There's no swearing in the first 15 seconds of the video. So at all. So I don't know what they're talking about. But then they cleared Tropic Thunder and said, hey, our bad. And they cleared it. Well, that's really annoying because like it cost me $1,400. Like the video was demonetized for the first several days that it was out. So I looked at how much money it made and how much money The Last Samurai made, both of them within 11 days where they both had a similar amount of views. And The Last Samurai made $1,400 more than, you know, Tropic Thunder did. So it's like, you guys owe me money. Like, what the fuck, you know? I don't know, man. I mean, yeah, I'll call out their BS any chance I get. It's really more of a matter if they'll listen. I'll fist fight them, dude. I fucking hate YouTube so much. Really, really fucking hate it. Okay, so we got that. And you know what else I hate? I hate fucking sycophants. I can't stand the people who have this attitude of like, you know, well, YouTube is the reason that you're allowed to do blah, blah, blah. It's like, they didn't do it for me, you know? Nothing that they've done was out of the kindness of their heart. So like, no, I'm sorry if I don't like bend over backwards to be like, wow, YouTube, thank you so much. You guys are wonderful. It's like, no, they're just trying to figure out how to completely corner our market. I'm not impressed. Okay, yeah, this scene is going to require a lot of editing. I forgot he saved his son here. I remember thinking that he murdered the hell out of that guy with the hatchet because they killed his son. Yeah, I haven't seen this since I was a kiddo. But of course that makes sense because he gets into that other girl. This movie's really long. The more I'm thinking about it, there's some pacing issues. There's a lot of start and stop and like fucking around and stuff like that. Yeah, this movie meanders. That's a good way to put it. Am I wrong? Do you guys remember this movie meandering? Chad versus Susan, 2024. Yeah, for sure. In all the T2 reactions I've noticed, they include the scene where Sarah Connor gets her face licked when she's strapped to the hospital bed. Yeah, good point. Right, exactly right. But having said that, they're just cracking down on everything. So it's not even really a matter of like well, you know, 6 months ago you let me do this because they just changed their policies. And so I don't know. YouTube's the fucking worst. If I could punch a company in the face, it would be this one. Okay, intro. That's what we're doing, right?
I know nothing about this either, besides that it's another.
I like how she says either. Like, wait, what part of the conversation are we coming in on?
I know nothing about this either, besides that it's another Mel Gibson film. Let's get it. Another.
That's a fun face.
Mel Gibson film. Let's get it. Know nothing about this. Know nothing about this either.
Oh, nice. One sec. I need to fix that. Oh, I haven't done the audio yet. Y'all didn't tell me I haven't done the audio yet. Okay, so a couple things I gotta fix. One of them is this needs to not have 3 angles. Okay, check. And then another thing, I need to do the audio. Sure, let's do the audio real fast. Okay, damn. Okay, so first things first, I'm the realist. Okay, here we go, let's grab the audio. Okay, let's also just unlink everything while we're here. Forgot about this part. Boom. And I need the muffle thing. I've been doing pretty well at not getting caught on copyright lately. So it seems like these little systems are coming together. Couldn't imagine though trying to like run someone else through this process. Like what I've been doing for the last 2 hours, could you imagine like just teaching someone else like, yeah, so all you got to do is real easy. There's no way. Okay. And then these are the appropriate audio volume, I think. I boosted the other movie by 2, but I can always do that later. Let's see if it works for now. So let's get this guy here, and then let's call these audio clips with a Z because we're cute. And then we're going to take audio clips and we're going to create a multicam out of them, and we're going to put them here. Get rid of that. Get this. Open it up in the timeline. Make my computer crash. Okay, great. Creator versus Executive Clash 2023, yeah, right. Never watched this movie, didn't have interest in it. It's fine if you like I don't know what you call these. Like, it's like a Braveheart movie. It's a bit of a revenge flick. It's a bit of a historical drama. If you're into those kinds of movies, you know, it's not super duper like up my alley. But it's fine. Yeah, YouTube has been notorious for retroactively changing their policies. Well, and it's like, I don't mind them changing the policies. What I do mind is them retroactively, like, acting as if it's my fault that I don't adhere to their policies. It's like, well, sorry, I didn't have a time machine. Okay, now we can link these. Boom. Okay, now what happens? Press 1. Let's go to a part where we can see the movie. Okay, so I press 1, I press 2, I press 3. We're good. We are good. Okay, cool. Load that back up to my thingamajiggy, and let's get back to work. What's up, Andog? Yeah, you could say Gibson has a beef with the British. I don't know if he has a beef with the British as much as he just has a boner for America. And again, it's like, the dude's Australian. I had this video that got copyright violation, so I changed to fuck. You know how fast the copyright violation got removed within a few hours? What did you change, Madness Madness? I've always enjoyed this movie. I find it makes for good emotional reactions. Also, this will be 2 movies in a row with a... Yeah, this isn't accurate comments. You're 100% right. We already got one in the chat. I love how Mel Gibson has an alternate version of history, just like Quentin Tarantino. Yeah, in essence, that's kind of what he is. Oh, you changed the title. I feel you. And then they dropped it. That's interesting. That's really weird. I mean, I would still just get demonetized is the problem. Normally, they don't care about the title. They just care about the, what's it called? They just care about the content within the video. Okay, let's start over.
I know nothing about this. Know nothing about this either, besides that it's another Mel Gibson. It's another Mel Gibson.
Can there be a better way to do this? Probably. I'll think of it later.
Mel Gibson film.
Let's see.
Know nothing about this either, besides that it's another Mel Gibson film. Know nothing about this either, besides that it's another Mel.
No, I have to do it the way I'm doing it because I want to be able to zoom in from where I am. So I can't do it the other way I was just thinking.
Mel Gibson film.
Sure. All right, now we just want to find... There we go. Just want to find a good face to put the thing on. Okay, great. So let's go ahead and push this way over here. And then let's bring in... Let's start on this end of it. I guess there's a reason I don't do this like this, but it's not a big deal. It should be in sound effects, but it's in channel stuff. But channel stuff is supposed to be for the secondary channel, which I've changed my mind. I'm not going to have, so I need to figure out where to put all that stuff if we're going to use any of it at all. Okay, so that wants to hang out there, and then this wants to go here, and we're going to end up with a... Okay, cool. Now... Okay. Okay. So, I got... Why? When did this get so quiet? Oh, that's why. That makes more sense. Like, I'm used to this being... Okay, there we go. Alright. Technically, he is American. Passport and everything. Just grew up in Australia. Okay, well, but... So that's still my point, though. Is like, if you grew up in Australia, wouldn't you be all patriotic about your own country rather than America? Do you have opinions on any upcoming movie trailers like Knock at the Cabin or Evil Dead Rises? I do not have any opinions. I don't think I've even seen any of them. I just haven't been very interested in anything coming out lately. Oh, it was a 2-hour video of a festival music. I mean, they still should have got you. That's so weird. Gotta do Apocalypto next? Yeah, I don't know if I gotta, but I could see us doing that in the future. Quentin timeline better than Mel Gibson timeline? That's true. Kevin Smith universe better than Quentin timeline. Let's see. Oh, it's an M. Night Shyamalan film. Any M. Night Shyamalan film, I am immediately uninterested in. I think he is one of the worst working directors in Hollywood. I don't know how that guy gets so many second chances as well. Reminds me of a Nepo baby. Wait for that little thing to go away. And... what was that? What the hell was that? Weird. Okay, try again. You gotta give up. Boom. Okay, great. So, over yonder. would probably never guess it. You'd probably never guess it by the sounds you're hearing. But this this music we're listening to is a playlist called Something That's a Lie. It's called what's it called? Oh, hip hop beats. I mean, yeah, super duper hip hop, right? Can you feel the hip hop yet? You know, I got a question. Do I even need to cut this out separately? I probably don't. I probably don't. Yeah, let's not. Let's not. I actually think I'm wasting my time. Wasting my time. I'm wasting my world. This is not the something, something, something. I had a girlfriend. I know, crazy, right? But I had a girlfriend back in 2017 who, like, unironically enjoyed the band Trapped still. Which, if you are as old as me, you'll know how funny that is. But I was like, damn, you know what? You do you, homie. She, like, not only knew who Trapped was, no, I'm sorry, not, Trapped, but another band too, Tantric. She, like, knew who they were, and I think dug them, which was also kind of funny. I may know a Tantric song. I gotta look it up again. I was trying to make a game show on YouTube. Long time ago. That's not true. It was 2019. Never mind. It wasn't that long ago. Feels like a long time ago. Because I was so bad at all this stuff back then. I kind of want to try to do it again. Just with all the know-how I have now. But I was doing a game show, and yeah, we were talking to this guy who works with, like, this club nearby, and he's, like, one of their promoters, and he was telling me that he could get this band Tantric to come and do an episode for $5,000, and I was like, whoa. And I looked him up, and, like, their most famous song had, like, millions of hits. I was like, oh, dope. But it was from, like, a long time ago, so I was like, okay, fair enough. They're from, like, that whole, you know, Trapped time period, early 2000s. So then I looked at their newest album and how their newest stuff was doing. The band could not be more, like, dead and just completely irrelevant, which was funny, and explained why it was only $5,000. But you know who else I wanted who was $5,000? I wanted, who are the guys who did, Night something, who did, I am contagious, I am breaking down. Let's find that song real fast. This video is already gonna get demonetized. Night Riots. Night Riots was only $5,000. Unfortunately, back then, I was, like, much, much, much more broke than I am right now. Partly because my expenses were just a lot higher. It's not like I make a whole bunch of money right now, but just my expenses are low because I just stay home all the time. I was doing, like, DoorDash and Lyft. So I was just driving all the time. I was paying just, like, hundreds of dollars a week in gas. It was awful. Let's go ahead and pause that guy. Y'all remember this one? I am plagued with lies. Yeah, that band. Almost got it. But it wouldn't have helped anyway. No one would have cared. I'm glad I didn't waste all that money on that. The last Shyamalan film I enjoyed was Signs. Old was terrible. Yeah, that's fair. Signs. So The Village is newer than Signs. I enjoyed it enough. But it's not like a masterpiece. What else did I not care for? Really didn't like Lady in the Water. I think that movie is absolutely stupid. Yeah, I mean, the only good movies I think he really made were The Sixth Sense, and I don't think it's perfect, and Unbreakable, not perfect either. And when I say not perfect, I just mean, like, obviously no movie's perfect, so I don't really mean, like, perfect. I just mean, like, there's it's not as kind of, you know, like, oh yeah, no complaints, it's incredible. What's the other one I didn't like? Or I did like? And then like Signs is fine, except the ending is so fucking stupid, just so out of control stupid. And then like Lady in the Water, or not Lady in the Water, The Village is like okay, but the twist is so weak. I just wish it wasn't even in it. And then from then on, I don't think I like a single movie after The Village. I fucking hate The Visit. I think that's such a piece of shit. The Visit is the one that pisses me off the most, because it's the one I hear that most people say they think like, no, that's the really good one. That's like a return to form. He like really figured it out by then. I've heard Split is good, but honestly, I just didn't even give it a chance because by then I was so over him, I just didn't care anymore. I was like, whatever, I'm sure it sucks. But I heard it was good by everybody. I'm sure it's fine. I just don't care anymore. I'm just over him. Let's try a little something like this. That's not gonna work. Okay, I know why I messed up. Or not messed up. I know why I do what I do. That sounded weird. I remember why I do it, how I do it. Yep, okay. I have to cut out that other part too. It is what it is. Okay, that's fine. It's good to remember every once in a while. Good to be reminded. What up, Danny? How you doing? Danny, you don't hang out in the chat so much anymore. What's that all about? We miss you. Everyone's always asking where you are. Whoa, what are y'all talking about? Let's back up. Oh, you like Signs, Lady in the Water, Hip Hop for Infants. Hip Hop for Infants, I don't know what you're referencing, but that reminds me of The Visit, where that stupid little boy is rapping, and it's so cringe, it's worse than any of the horror stuff in the movie. Is cinema currently in a slump? Also, which decade has the most of y'all's favorite movies? The 90s probably does, or the early 2000s, or the 2000s, like the aughts, because 2007 was a killer year. As far as is it in a slump, it's less about like being in a slump and it's going to get out of the slump. It's more about how the industry is like just killing itself slowly by focusing on too many like mediocre movies. Who made that video? That was a great video. Let's watch that. Who made that video? Someone did a video essay on how like bad movies are not going to be the end of film. It's going to be mediocre movies will be the problem. Yeah, there it is, Nerd Writer, and he was talking about the epidemic of passable movies, and that is the problem. There's too many passable movies out right now. They're just like passable. They're fine. And the problem is like if a movie is fine or passable, it's never going to be your favorite movie because it's like it was all right. And if something has too many all rights, then after a while you start to be like, what am I doing here? Like, well, I'm wasting my time. I don't care. I'm not going to go to the theater to go watch something that's okay. And that's the problem that we're running into. So it's less about it being like this major issue of like, you know, there's like this slump. We don't really know what's wrong, but they'll probably figure it out in the future. It's more about like, no, there's a problem like right now, and it's like by design. It's the same issue that always happens with any kind of art when you have like something that is genuinely like when art's just being made for money, which it will always have some of that in there, of course, as long as we're in a capitalist system. But it's like when it feels like it's only being made for money, then you want the widest amount of the widest audience, the largest, most broad audience to be able to enjoy your art. And what happens is like when I was a youngster, rock and roll was like the pop music of the time, aside from what we traditionally call pop music, right? Which is going to be like your NSYNC, Backstreet Boys. But when I was coming up as a youngster in middle school, high school, it was like Korn was huge and Limp Bizkit was huge. Like nu metal was huge. Like Linkin Park. Like these bands were all played on the radio all the time. Like everyone knew them. All the kids at school knew these bands. And what happened was like rock just became super mainstream, and it kept getting more and more kind of polished and easier to ingest by people who were not traditionally rock fans, until we ended up with Nickelback. And Nickelback was fucking terrible, just like Imagine Dragons is, you know. And so what happened is it got so watered down, you eventually end up with Nickelback. And that happens with everything. The problem is, like, movies are doing that. We have a bunch of Nickelback movies now too, you know, so that's the thing that's kind of screwing you know, the entire market up with cinema right now, is that there's just too many Nickelbacks running around, too many Marvels, too many, you know, shitty comedies. I mean, like, comedies have been bad for such a long time. That is kind of what is more of my concern than necessarily, you know, some kind of like X factor that we can't really put our finger on. Like, yeah, let's check this out.
What did you do to me?
Your body won't last long. You're gonna be stuck in there for the rest of your life.
You get me out of here, you son of a...
Calm down, Mr. Brand. You're a cat.
I hate cats.
Crappy movies suck, obviously.
Exactly. Well, hold on. Before I start this, let me make sure I caught up with everybody here. Let's see. Hold up. All right. Let's bring this back. What are y'all talking about? Okay. Trapped. Yeah, Trapped was a band back in the day. They had the song Headstrong. You probably heard of it. Well, Fahrenheit, maybe you haven't heard of it. You said you're from Sri Lanka? This song was very popular on the radio back when I was a kid. And it's another good example of, like, mediocre radio music that was very popular, that, like, your mom, you know, could hear on the radio and not be offended by, because there's, like, no swearing or anything. It's just really boring music. Really generic, too. Like, too much music sounded like this back in the early 2000s. They just have, like, no identity. This just sounds like half of the bands in the early 2000s. It's so funny how this stuff comes back to you. But yeah, if you've heard anything from the chorus, yeah, shitty music like that. You know, they wouldn't last, but then they would get replaced with guys like, you know, Breaking Benjamin and stuff, and those guys would last, you know. So, let's see. Yeah, Slump, just watched Knock at the Cabin, can't wait. Apparently it's a story based on a book. Anything that Dave Bautista, I'm in. Oh, how interesting. Yeah, not so much for me. I don't have a single actor who's like that for me. Never heard of that band or song before. Interesting. Signs was phenomenal at holding tension. It was kind of Hitchcockian. No, yeah, I think the early part of Signs is much better than the ending. The ending was really rough. Split's really good. Yeah, I've been hearing that. Better if you go not knowing what universe it's in. Well, the Split thing with the universe part doesn't matter, though, because the only time you know that it's connected to some other universe is when they do a really quick cameo at the end. What's up, Billy? What year did The Village release? Because I remember The Creature scared the heck out of me when I was younger. Yeah, me too. And I don't remember what year. I'm going to say something like 2004 or something like that. Morning, Billy. Another movie I had no idea Anya Taylor-Joy was in. What movie? Oh, you're talking about Split? Yeah. I've been addicted to Overwatch, but I'm going to try to be on here more often. Oh, that's fine. No. If you're having fun with Overwatch, have fun. Are you streaming, Danny? Yeah, new metal, Spinal Tap, Airplane, Trading Places. What about those, Rin? Look at this graph. I'm gonna start using that now, too. Too many Nickelback movies. Yeah, exactly right. Too many Nickelbacks, man. Too many Nickelbacks and too many fucking Imagine Dragons. Yeah, Alternative Girls loved this song. You are 100% correct. That band was popping for girls. Like, lots of girls were into that band. Yeah, it was attitude rock for 12 to 16-year-olds. You guys are nailing it. Yes, that's exactly what the stuff was. Anyone who sings Baby in a song immediately needs to be ignored. But what if the song is Baby, Baby, Baby? Oh, Baby, Baby, Baby. No. That song reminds me of a PS2 soundtrack song. 100%. Yes, that's exactly what. And Joseph, I wouldn't be surprised for a second if that song was in, like, multiple video games for sure. Love Bryce Dallas Howard in The Village. I'm gonna be honest, performances-wise, the only people I remember that blew my mind, I thought Joaquin Phoenix was good, and that makes sense because he's one of my all-time favorite actors nowadays. And I'm pretty sure I liked Adrian Brody, but I've always liked Adrian Brody too. He's great. Here's. Oh no, I'm not because I suck. What's up, Marvel Cuphead? Danny, it's okay to suck. People will still watch you if you suck. Did you see the trailer for the new movie Evil Dead Rises? I did not. Just how comedy has kind of gotten stale or limited now. Yeah, this guy's gonna get into it, so let's get in here. That should be banned. Everything's now watered down and sanitized for family audiences. See this platform you're currently on, and that's exactly the sentiment. So that's kind of what this guy's gonna get into. Nerd writer.
I hate to waste my money or my time on something that is truly bad, like Suicide Squad bad, where every decision seems to be made for maximum shit.
Something tells me a whole lot of people are about to die.
It's a shame, but in the end, I think crappy movies are an inevitable part of the cinematic ecosystem. You're not ever going to get away from them. And whether or not they make money, some of which unfortunately do, no one is setting out to make a movie that is a piece of crap.
I'm talking about a completely superfluous bottle of cough syrup, which that's like $6.
Are you joking?
What's more insidious, in my opinion, are movies that are just passable. Films just good enough not to be terrible. I mean, passable films, they aren't bad. They might even be better than okay, but they're a far cry from great or noteworthy or something that you would like to see more than once. They're the cinematic equivalent of this image. They don't fall apart, but their balance is always precarious. In the last handful of years, my annoyance with passable movies has steadily increased in proportion with their steadily increasing number. Passable films like to multiply. They do just enough for the audience and just enough for the studio and just enough for the stars. They have no problem being funded.
Stop! I need to know what is happening right now.
For a long time, I've attributed the major problem with passable movies to a lack of tonal control. The emotional logic of the narrative in films like these often feels a bit out of whack. Either the film tries to be too many things at once, leading to unintended emotional confusion.
John Francis Walker, by authority of Governor Nix, this unit has been authorized to extinguish your light.
I agree with two major points, which one of them is that I do agree that they, for some reason, are much better at getting funded. And there's not for some reason, there's a couple of reasons that you would probably agree with. But second of all, I also agree with the tonal thing. I don't know if that's like a major component, but I do agree that oftentimes these passable type movies, they inject a little too much levity. And it seems like it's because they just don't want to, have the movie walk away feeling like a dark experience. This is a good situation. That's supposed to be like a scary, tense moment in Tomorrowland, but instead it's like undercut with a comedic beat. And part of what's happening there is like the studios wanting it to just be more kind of, it's a Disney movie, so it's going to have a certain level of lightness about it. But they do this all the time, and like Marvel is especially atrocious about having like way too much levity in the middle of serious scenes.
Okay. All right, that's enough. That's enough.
Or the filmmakers give characters traits that don't belong to them in order to serve some plot function.
What has it been this year so far? Bernie Madoff, 2 wars without end, many million new people with no work, and that's just the first 2 weeks of January.
Or emotional arcs initiated early in the story are abandoned without comment, often proving in the end to be entirely pointless.
Hilarious that he's naming Interstellar. That's funny. I wonder if he got shit. Dude, people in my comments were going off about how incredible this movie is, and it's their favorite movie, and it was killing me to edit because, yeah, all this stuff with fucking Casey Affleck and Timothée Chalamet, worthless, absolutely worthless. I basically cut those characters out of my edit because they were just completely pointless. So funny. Yeah, that's a great example. It's like the movie just did not know what to do with those characters.
In good movies,
why was he in that?
Everything points to everything else. The emotional arcs of the characters, the scenes, the imagery, the music, and the plot are tightly entwined. And this doesn't just go for highbrow movies, by the way. Whenever you hear someone say of a lower-brow film that it knows what it is, what they're really saying is that the film was tonally focused.
On that, we agree.
Right.
But recently,
Yeah, John Wick is a fantastic example of like a tonally focused film. It's not for me, but at least the movie knows what it is. The whole movie is consistent across the board for the most part. Yeah, Billy is saying that scriptwriters probably have a checklist now that they have to pass. Like, kind of, I know that, I forgot his name, but homie was hanging out with Red Letter Media, and he was talking about how when he was trying to like pitch a script, it's like the production studio these days, he's like, they'll straight up tell you like, hey, we love your script, like it's a cool idea, but what kind of like social angle could we like connect it to? Is there a way that we could kind of like make your story feel like it's connected to race or sex or, you know, gender, something like that? Like what can we do to kind of make it, you know, because that's the thing, like the studios just don't care about the art. They're just like, how can we make it kitschy, you know, like what can we do to make people go, oh, that's timely, you know? So to an extent, there is a little bit of a checklist. It's not like a real checklist, but it's more of this thing that you just know. If my whole movie, like someone brought up a good point. They were talking about like Braveheart, and they were like, that whole cast is white. Nowadays, that doesn't happen. You know, like it's not going to be all white. They'll find a reason for it to not be all white people and stuff like that. It's just these kinds of things that are kind of on your checklist.
I've begun to notice another unifying feature of passable movies, indeed of all passable storytelling. And to understand what I mean, take a look at this scene.
I gotta say, it feels really good to have somebody looking out for me.
I got your back, man.
I like that. And I got your back too.
Hey, Doug. I like you, man. I think you're a great guy. I just want you to remember that this is a business relationship. Doesn't mean that we're gonna be best friends. That's not how this story ends. I'm just an employee with a job to do.
I get it. You're not my best friend, you're just my best man.
It doesn't mean that we're not gonna have a good time, Doug.
I said I got it. You're anybody's best friend for a price, but nobody's when it counts.
So sad. Yeah.
All the beats in this short scene should be familiar to us. We've seen them all before. But there's something odd going on here. See, stories are almost always about people, or aliens, or gods, or animals, or robots that act like people. And great stories are always the ones that observe people truthfully, the ones that capture human experience with nuance and insight. And the best stories make such acute observations about humanity that they can show us things about ourselves that we didn't know, or teach us how to articulate those things.
Yeah, sodium chloride. I think that's a massive part of what's wrong with the film industry right now, is like, especially with like AAA films, is it's exactly what you just said. It's the too many cooks problem. You just have 50 million people who have to sign off on everything. And by the time, like I read a book in 2008 talking about screenplay writing. So I was like 18 back when I was reading this book. It was like almost half my life ago. And it was talking about how like, you may sit on a couch and watch a show and say, this sucks, I could write something better than this. But can you write something better than this that's so much better that after the 50 million people who get in the way and try to make it suck, after they do that process, the show's still at least watchable? Like, can you get past that gulf? And I don't think it necessarily works that way to an extent, but I do think that's an interesting way to think about it. It's like there are so many people, and a good example I saw recently, let me finish my sentence, there's just so many people who, you know, have to get their finger in the pie. There's so many cooks. A good example of this I've seen recently is Conan O'Brien. I never really gave a fuck about Conan O'Brien when he was doing late night stuff, but I caught a couple of clips of his podcast, and now I listen to it like obsessively because his podcast is hilarious. Conan O'Brien's a very funny man. So it's like we get to see now what he would be like if he didn't have the fucking, you know, 50 million studio people, you know, in the way trying to kind of puppet string him on the show to make sure that he's like getting the ads across correctly and that he's not swearing and he's not offending anyone and that his jokes are, you know, broad and blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? So I think you're 100% right about that part. I think it's just fucking terrible. There's just way too many people involved. And so when you try to make something like a Star Wars, it's like there's no room left for creativity because there's just, you know, this massive ad libs, you know, basically. I mean, kind of like Billy said, like almost like a checklist of like it has to have so many things in it. Where's the room for you to play with and do something unique? You know, I'd much rather have a movie like this where it's just smaller and it's got a very distinct vision from someone. Damn, vidIQ score is killing it. Nice, good on you. 100 out of 100. Never seen that before.
Against a vast, unintelligible anxiety.
Walter.
And this, I think, is the big difference between great movies and passable ones. When passable movies observe human experience, they observe it not through the lens of real life, but through the lens of other movies.
Love is my life. No.
All right, let me back up real fast, but real quick. Brett, what are you talking about? You said there's such a thing as art through adversity. Think of George Lucas. What do you mean by that?
Not through the lens of real life,
but through the lens of other movies. And I think he's also totally correct about this too. Movies use a lot of shorthand because they've assumed you've seen other movies. So lots of times movies art is not imitating real life. Movies are just imitating other movies. So the same kinds of scenes show up all the time, and he's about to show you a supercut of the same scene in a lot of comedies where they need their like third act dip. This is the same kind of scene that happens, and this is like part of what I wanted to show in this video.
But through the lens of other movies.
Love is my life.
No, love is your job.
You know, I think you're threatened by what Zoe and I have because you're afraid I won't be able to hang out every night.
You are my drug dealer. There's one reason we know each other. I like the drugs you sell. That's it.
There is this huge library, this huge vocabulary of actions built up over the years that people don't really do, but which happen so often in TV and movies that they're familiar enough to an audience that they become, well, passable for.
Great example. I'm so glad he used that example because that is something like I have never seen a person write on a window using, I don't know what this is, ever, but here we are. It's like someone did it in a movie a long time ago. It visually is stimulating. It looks nice on camera. Everyone does it now,
Or human motivations. I'm not saying it's bad for filmmakers to cite or pay homage to the movies that they love in their own work. I'm saying that too many films released today are being cobbled together from a weird alternate reality that is only a dim echo of our own.
I do not believe in fairy tales about chakras or energy or the power of belief. There is no such thing as spirit.
This is the long-term danger of cliché. The more we allow it to happen, the harder it is to escape, the more difficult it is for audiences and writers to tell the difference. The last thing we want is to see our own lives through the lens of art that's only passable. New perspectives are what we need. Originality is what we should encourage at every chance. Otherwise, I'm afraid our movies and ourselves will change into something quite different.
What's it called? The Imitation Game.
Haha. Okay, Brett Herrick. All right, now I hear what you're saying better, and I completely agree. Totally agree. Doctor Strange was disappointing. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
There is a new.
Well, and again, the only point he doesn't really bring up that I think it would have been probably like what my end statement was is that, and I kind of said this when I talked about like Sonic the Hedgehog. It's like I would have the concern that if movies can only ever get funded if they're super just passable and like okay. Let me give another real fast. Well, okay, let me finish my sentence. The reason, what I'd be concerned about is that if the average movie you go and see is just passable, then like there's no reason to be passionate about film. You're just gonna be like, yeah, movies are okay, they're whatever, and then just the whole industry collapses. And honestly, I think that'd be a good thing. So I hope it happens. But it reminds me of Yorgos Lanthimos, who made The Favorite and The Lobster and fucking Dogtooth and Killing of a Sacred Deer. He said a quote I love, which was that, like, I want people to like my movie, but I don't want everyone to like my movie. Because it's like, if everyone likes your movie, it means your movie is just wildly inoffensive. There's just, it's like the things that make your sandwich your favorite sandwich probably have an ingredient or two that I don't like. So I would rather a movie not be for everyone, but be like really, really strongly for the people it's for. And someone mentioned The Lighthouse earlier. That's a great example, or Everything Everywhere All at Once. Like, that's not for everyone, but for the people it's for, it's super for them. I would much rather movies be like that, and there'd just be a lot of movies that just aren't for me. No big deal. It's not for me. I don't need to watch it. They didn't make it with me in mind. But the ones that they did make with me in mind, dope. I'm super stoked. What I can't stand is like how many movies now feel like they're just kind of not for anyone. It's like, I love how James Willems put it from Funhouse. He was like, it's like Detective Pikachu. It's like we want anywhere from an 8-year-old to a 35-year-old to be able to watch this movie. So then what happens is you end up with a movie that's just not really for anyone. It's like partly for the 8-year-old, it's partly for the 35-year-old, but it's not fully, having either one of them in mind. That's one of the things I talk about with like Star Wars, like in the prequels. You end up with a situation where like in one scene you have Jar Jar Binks. What is this fucking movie called? Patriot. There we go. In one scene you've got Jar Jar Binks, sticking his tongue out and getting caught by, what's his face, Qui-Gon. And then in like the, you know, a different scene, you've got these like boring ass, you know, conversations about, you know, trade agreements and embargoes and stuff like that. It's like these, you know, some of the scenes are like the adult scenes where it's like, hey, adults, wake up, pay attention, this is for you. And then it's like, okay, you can go to sleep. Now the kids need to wake up because this scene's for them. And it's like, I would rather you just make like a G-rated Star Wars movie for the kiddos and then an R-rated Star Wars movie for me than make a PG-13 movie that wants to be a movie appropriate for an 8-year-old and for me all at the same time. It's not my idea of a good time. You know what I'm saying? If I'm not familiar with the content, I'm less likely to watch it. The editing basically made Star Wars what it is. Yeah, exactly right. That's, yeah, no, from what I hear and from what I saw with the documentary that was kind of discussing the topic a little bit, in essence, he was kind of trying to make, George Lucas was kind of trying to make American Graffiti in space. And there was just like a lot of stuff that was cut that was very like soda shop. And like, I'm going to go hang out with my friends and blah, blah, blah. So his wife, it was part of the editing team, and she won an Oscar. And he has won no Oscars, rightfully so, because I think that George Lucas is a fucking hack. And I think that all the credit he gets is basically other people's credit. And he's always been trying to make bad movies, but yeah, people used to not let him because he didn't have much clout back then. He was just this guy making movies. But then what happened is a handful of the movies got made. They became everyone's favorite thing all of a sudden. And then no one could tell him shit. He was the guy who made Star Wars. He was a god. And same kind of thing happened with J.K. Rowling. I mean, I talk about this in my Star Wars is, you know, Harry Potter's better than Star Wars video. I talk about that where they both went through that same situation. And for like J.K. Rowling, it's not necessarily that the quality of the books got much worse, but it's more so that the length of the books got much, much, much longer. So you can see how like an editor at some point could no longer tell her shit because it's like, I'm J.K. Rowling, and what are you going to tell me about fucking, you know, how to make a readable book? I'm the shit. Yeah, here we go. I want to see like a collection and try to see how thick they were. So like, right, you know, you start off with like the first couple and they're like super thin, and then just, you know, you get that third book out and just bam, these things become Bibles because it's like, yeah, fuck you. Like, I'm J.K. fucking Rowling. Like, by the time this third book came out, I'm a god, you know. I single-handedly got, you know, the millennials into like reading in a very, very serious way. So yeah, can't tell this lady shit. So same thing with George Lucas. Like, you just can't tell him shit. You're like, dude, this Jar Jar idea, it fucking sucks. Like, no, Jar Jar is one of the funnier guys we've ever had. We got to get this Jar Jar thing working because he's just fantastic. I love Jar Jar. Also, I talk really fucking weird. Where the hell am I from? Why does he talk like that? Is that like Rhode Island? Where the fuck is George Lucas from? Why does he sound like he's been bonked on the head? What do we want? We want a nice little whoosh. Can a brother get a whoosh? We're going to quiet this guy down a little bit too. Sure. Call it there. Not allowed to defend anyone now. Well, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Yeah, let's back up a little bit. What are y'all talking about? Yeah, thanks Marcia Lucas for Star Wars, not George. Yeah. A lot of this is fallout from the streaming disposable series films via Netflix and Prime. Sodium chloride, so you're correct to an extent, but honestly, a lot of the worst offenders are the ones going into the theaters. Like, a lot of those movies he was showing were all theater movies. I would argue that although I agree about the Netflix and Prime problem, that before that was just the direct-to-video problem, so it's still kind of the same thing. It's just movies that went direct to DVD now are just going directly to streaming. What about Big Fish? Watch The Princess and the Warrior Style Wars. He rescued Dawn, Bad Lieutenant. Yeah, Bad Lieutenant 92 is a fantastic film. Harvey Keitel, like, acts his ass off. Did he win an Oscar for that? Because he should have. Oh yeah, Lucas's dialogue is literally some of the worst ever, for sure. I mean, you're talking about young Anakin. I don't think it's all that much better in OG Star Wars, to be honest with you. Yeah, he became God complexy by Jedi. Goat video, yeah. Willow was George Lucas? Yeah, he's Kermit. Yeah, he's got a real Kermit thing going on. Yeah. Hey ho, George Lucas here. The Rainbow Connection. All the added BS Lucas added to the original trilogy is trash. I agree. Glad I have the original versions on VHS. Dude, you should probably do something with those, to be honest with you. People are like, would kill for those. You should see if you can take them in somewhere and get them digitally backed up before like the physical tape like deteriorates too much. Because yeah, those are like very hard to come by. You probably have something that people want. James Cameron sucks at dialogue. I agree. Honestly, most of those like real big deal guys suck at dialogue. What's his name? Chris Nolan sucks at dialogue too. He's a genius. Lots of genius people have very distinct voices. George Lucas, Nixon, Mike Tyson, etc. That was an insane sentence. I don't want to say insane. I'm not saying you're insane, but that was a strong take. That was an extremely strong take. I very heavily disagree with you on these people. I would not by any means call George Lucas, Nixon, or Mike Tyson a genius. That is an extreme take. Willow was Ron Howard and Lucas. Fair enough. Well, Lucas also was homies with everybody. His hands is involved. Aren't his hands involved in a bunch of like Spielberg stuff too? I still contend only Empire is passable movie. Everything else is great toy commercial bad movies. I think 4 is fine. If 5 is fine, then 4 is fine. But 6 is terrible. And I don't think 5 is even really that great. The dialogue that builds the Anakin Padme romance is so bad. I agree. Many fans just assumed it was a long con Jedi mind trick. Oh, that's really funny. That would have been cool. Yeah, exactly. Mike Tyson as a genius. What's going on? Yeah, Hope and Empire solid. Jedi is All right, sodium chloride. Totally agree. Totally agree. Yeah, and then the prequels are woof. And then the sequels are woof. So it's like, I don't know, man. It's rough. Ow. Like, I think 7's probably better than 6, but 7's got issues too. But 8 and 9 are just, like, really bad. Like, 8, I like some things. I like some meta things about it. I like that Rian Johnson tried to do some different things with it, but I do think he failed. So it still means the movie is bad. But 9 is, like, just abysmal. 9 is, like, I was angry in the theater. If I wasn't with people, I probably would have left. I have heard that Andor is the best thing they've done in a long time, though. I don't think no one's talking about it. I feel like I hear about it all the time, but also, like, I'm connected to a lot of nerd stuff. Ewan McGregor made Obi-Wan kind of tolerable. See, I don't know. I still think Obi-Wan is wildly boring. I think he's literally, like, maybe the most boring character in the entire franchise. So when he was getting a show, everyone was so stoked. I was like, why are you stoked? That character is unbelievably uninteresting. You know, like, aggressively uninteresting. And Ewan McGregor is a killer actor. He's such a good actor. It's like, just let him act. You know, in 2003, he did fucking the Moulin Rouge. He was incredible as Christian. You know, he was fan-fucking-tastic. But Christian isn't some stoic fucking, you know, sexless monk. Mike Tyson's one step away from Lenny. Jesus Christ. That's strong. And I don't even want to say that he's, like, you know, dumb or anything. But he's not a thinker. He's a fighter, man. Yeah, genius is a huge stretch. A huge stretch. Algernon, Jesus. Danny, you don't know who Mike Tyson is? That's something. Yeah, somehow Palpatine returned for sure. Andor hit when everyone was on She-Hulk and that hilarious comedy Rings of Power. Yeah, I know, right? That actually is a good point, though. I wonder if maybe Andor could have benefited from waiting until everyone was done shitting on She-Hulk and Rings of Power. I wonder if, like, just the media attention was too much on the other two shows, and so people didn't get to talk a lot about Andor. I think the biggest problem with Andor for me, I'll tell you what it was. So first off, the sequels were bad, so that didn't help. The side movies were not great. They were okay. They're better than the sequels, but they weren't great. So like Han Solo and like Rogue One, they weren't great. So then we get a show and we get The Mandalorian, and I'm like, okay, we'll see. I don't know why this isn't Boba Fett. That's so weird that they're just doing a random Mandalorian. It should have just been Boba Fett, but whatever, fine. So we get The Mandalorian. I'm like, oh, holy shit. This show's actually, like, not embarrassing. It's kind of good. It kind of reminds me a little bit. It's got a bit of a, like, Firefly feel. And then the show goes on, and it starts kind of getting a little weak. I'm like, I don't love this. Don't love that. Fucking hated when they brought Ahsoka into it. And then I fucking hated. Wait, was that season 1? Maybe that wasn't season 1. Was that season 1? Maybe that was season 2. So season 2. So season 1, I think, the only stuff that really annoyed me was like the one episode with the bounty hunter kid just sucked. It was just boring. Also, the episode 2 or 3 or whatever where they did, or 3, I guess, 3 or 4, where they did the Last Samurai thing. It's just like, I'm so sick of the Last Samurai. We've done the Last Samurai to death. Like, let's give it a fucking break. Like, I'm done with that shit. It's like, it's so obvious at this point. Everyone knows what you're doing. It's like, come on, you're just doing that again. It's not a trope. It's like a whole ass storyline. It's so weird that we keep doing that. Then after that, eventually, like, the Black Saber shows up, and I remember that pissing me off. Did anyone verify what season was what? Yeah, HBO Dragon shit, that's true. Clone Wars, yeah, that's fair. Okay, so then we get into we get into season 2, and the one that really fucking pissed me off was in 2, and it was like, yeah, like Ahsoka stuff was terrible. Fucking ending with, sorry, I'm so lost now. Yeah. Was it season 1? Man, I don't remember what the fuck happens when. Is season 1 the one that ends? No, season 2 ends with him giving up Baby Yoda to fucking Luke, right? And another thing I just hated, it's just all this memberberry stuff. It was like, I really liked that the show was trying to expand the universe and do some stuff that didn't have to be directly connected to Luke Skywalker, but before you know it, it's like all your favorite homies are back, right? It's like a fucking high school reunion. So it shrinks the universe again. It starts being really mediocre. And then they finally get their head out of their ass and they make a Boba Fett show. But it's like, well, bitch, this is not how you do that. You don't make the Boba Fett show after you gave us the Mandalorian show. That's so stupid. Of course, the show sucks now. It's like way worse than Mandalorian. A lot of people talked about when the Mandalorian showed up in that show that it kind of helped save it. But I was already gone by then. So I think that's when I checked out. I only watched recaps of that show, and I didn't really watch much of the show of Boba Fett. So I'm kind of checked out at this point. Then Obi-Wan comes out, and again, the stuff I said earlier, I'm just like, that character's so boring, who cares? And I don't want more shit that is connected to Darth Vader. Like, give it a fucking rest. I don't care. And I'm so sick of prequels. Like, prequels are so annoying to me because they don't matter. It's like, no matter what fucking happens in the show, we know that down the road, you know, Obi-Wan's gonna be an old man. Darth Vader's not gonna die. Leia's not gonna get killed. She's not gonna get captured. So, like, none of this matters. This whole fucking show is literally pointless. Then I think finally Andor comes out. So by the time Andor comes out, I'm like, dude, the last shows have sucked. Even the only show that was good got bad. And then it's about a character who was like the secondary character of a movie that I thought was relatively mediocre. So it's just like, I'm hearing it's good, but I'm like, I don't give a fuck about Andor, like, or what's his face, Cassian, whatever. So it's just so hard. It's like, I don't know, man. I think I'm just over Star Wars altogether. Season 2 is Ahsoka? Okay. Yeah, Mando season 2 brought in Ahsoka. Okay, fair enough. There you go. You don't know anything about boxing? Yeah, that's fine. Neither do I, but Mike Tyson was just a big deal. Him and like Muhammad Ali are probably the two most famous ones. Yeah, it's not Star Wars anymore. It's keeping with the Skywalker. Yeah, it really is. Yeah, it's keeping up with the Skywalkers. That sucks if they ruined Ahsoka. She was a great part of Clone Wars. I'm not saying they ruined Ahsoka. I'm just saying that like she had no place in that show. We finally had a show that didn't feature like Jedi. Because that's the problem. If Star Wars always has to mean Jedi and X-Wings and TIE fighters and like, that's a good example too. Like even just little stuff like that, like how X-Wings are just kind of everywhere now in the sequels. They've really like dialed back on like the Y-Wings and stuff. And like they had the bombing run, but they're all done with X-Wings when they should have been done with Y-Wings. And it's just like, it doesn't really matter all that much, but it's just, again, it's shrinking the property to just the most iconic stuff. Kathleen Kennedy's jackass is up there somewhere, or Dave Filoni, or fucking the other jackass from, what do you call it, Iron Man. They're all up there just being like, what are the most iconic possible things that we can put in these fucking movies? And let's just focus in on that. So you're always going to get lightsabers. You're always going to get Jedis. You're always going to get fucking, you know, X-Wings. That's so annoying. It's like, make the universe feel expansive. Like, blow it up. It feels like we all live in this fucking little neighborhood where it's always the same 50 people. Yeah, as Rich Evans likes to say, Star Wars is creatively bankrupt. He's right. Everything has to arc back to the original trilogy because that's the only thing people actually like. That's exactly right. It's so true. Mando was a cute idea at first, but yeah, not amazing. Exactly. If Mando kept the same energy from the first couple episodes all the way through, it would have been great. But I have heard that, yeah, Andor's good. Ahsoka went from annoying, hated, to being the most beloved. Such a good arc. Yeah, but that's what a long show gives you benefits of. I really don't care to watch any Star Wars content that has nothing to do with Jedis. I mean, that's fine, but that's kind of what I want, you know? It's like, good, you can watch the ones that have to do with Jedi, or I don't even mind watching ones with Jedi, but make those, you know, like where that's the world we're in. The Jedi are supposed to be wildly rare. Like, people don't even think they exist, but they're every fucking where in all the media. So it's like, look, give me some that are just about smugglers. Give me some that are about Jedi. Give me some that are about Sith guys. Give me some that are about fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like, we can, it's a huge universe. We should be able to do a lot more with it. Yeah, I don't really care about Star Wars or Marvel anymore at all. I was gonna say, don't think about Andor Star Wars, think about it as a really well done art house film broken into a series. I'll probably give it a shot at some point. B-Wings are the bombers, Y-Wings are the long-range scouts. Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, Favreau, thank you, that's who it was. Well, he's also the guy who ruined fucking, you know, The Lion King. That last season of Game of Thrones kind of did piss me off. Game of Thrones started pissing me off in season 5, and it only got worse. Andor is good for that. It expands the universe quite a lot and shows the ordinary people. No, good. It just sucks that, like, 10 minutes after I just completely gave up on Star Wars, they finally apparently made the show that I wanted. So I'll give it a shot. Rich Evans is wrong about Star Wars. Agree to disagree. Funny how Harrison Ford didn't want to play Han Solo anymore, but now we got Indiana Jones 17. Apparently what I'm hearing, the reason he's doing that is because he doesn't want anyone else to be Indiana Jones. Star Wars Acolytes is going to be about Sith, but a little too late. Yeah, I just feel like it's all too late, man. It's like, I just don't care anymore. It's too late. You ruined it. I fucking don't care about Star Wars. What really blows, too, is that, like, consistently the video games have had better writing. That's really annoying. Like, if Jedi Fallen Order was, like, adapted into a movie and was stayed relatively, you know, faithful to the video game, it would already be, like, my favorite Star Wars movie. So it's really annoying how, like, the video game writers are just better at this shit than the fucking ones who get paid to write the stories, like in the movies, where all they have is story, no gameplay to go with. All right.
I know nothing about this either, besides that it's another Mel Gibson film. Let's get it.
Okay, cool. Let's get it on. Jesus. Okay, here we go. So, let's save that. Nope, that's not what I asked for. Okay, great. So, same thing here on the ground floor. Cool. Yeah, this lounge music stuff works for me. I wish we had more of this going on this channel. It's always like, it's supposed to be hip hop, it's always jazz.
In film. Let's get
Okay, I can live with that.
it.
A female Indiana Jones isn't even like weird to me. Like, it's expected at this point. After having things like female Ghostbusters, I wouldn't be surprised about a female Indiana Jones at all. Not to mention, Indiana is like, the only person in real life who I know is named Indiana is a girl. You wouldn't even have to change the name. Everyone thought they were going to pass Indiana Jones Flame onto Shia. Yeah, that was... They probably were, but it was really, really poorly received. And that was like peak bad Shia LaBeouf as far as acting goes. Like, he wouldn't really start getting good at acting for a couple more movies. So the hat snatch scene was funny as fuck. Shia could never have that franchise on his shoulders anyway. You know, what's funny about it is, like, Shia was too corny for a franchise that is already corny back then. But now he's like too art house to be in a movie like that, you know? So it's kind of funny. Like, he's never really hit the sweet spot where he would be able to handle that franchise. I have to go back and watch all the Indiana Jones movies. I don't remember them at all. Yeah, you don't need to watch them. If you remember them fondly, I'd probably leave it alone. I barely watched the first Indiana Jones in like November. Yeah, I think the first one's the only good one, and it's not like the best movie ever made. just our standards were so low back then, man. Like, you just gotta know how like average movies used to be. So the movies everyone loved did not have to be that great. You know, you didn't have to make The Prestige back in the day. And even if you did, people probably wouldn't like it. They'd be like, your movie's too complicated. One of those was shot in Sri Lanka. I'm going to assume that was Temple of Doom. And they did not make your people look good, brother. That's an offensive movie if I was you.
Sorry, my chair keeps spinning weirdly. Central Polis.
Yeah, Kalima.
Metropolis. Wow.
Okay. When does the movie actually start? Okay, we've got corn. It's corn.
The font, I should say, I guess. Heath Ledger's in this?
Okay, so what'd she say here?
I like that script, though. That rating.
I think I want to keep that just because she said the same thing on Gladiator. I'm sorry, on Inglourious Bastards. So people might go, oh, how funny. She said it twice.
The Patriot. I like that script, though. That rating. I like that script, though. That rating. That rating. The Patriot. I like that script.
Let's do it like this. We'll go.
I like that script, though. That script, though.
The writing.
That rating.
And then we're going to cut back here, and we're going to show Homeboy.
The font.
Oh, that sucks. Whatever.
Heath Ledger's in this? Heath Ledger's in this?
You know what I really wish I could do on DaVinci? I wish I could set a hotkey to do multiple functions with one key press. Like, if I want, let's see, if I want to switch cameras and then I want to cut, I have to do both. I have to like press one button for switching camera and one button to cut, which is annoying. Now I can make it where I can, instead of switching cameras, I cut switch cameras, which sounds like it would fix my problem, but it only works in the stupid, whatever this thing is. You know what? Let me fucking think about that, dude. Let me think about that. I might have a solution for this. No. No, I don't. I don't. Never mind.
Heath Ledger's in this? Heath Ledger's in this? Heath Ledger's in this? Tort. Heath Ledger's in this? Tort.
I also hate that. I wish there was a better way to get rid of those. Whatever. I don't know. I gotta think about less keystrokes. Let's back up. What's going on? Missing y'all. Indiana Jones. The first one's an absolute gem. Your movie is too complicated. That's always been happening. They made the Matrix change to using humans as batteries instead of a cloud computing supercomputer. Oh man, that's such a better idea. That is so much better. How funny. That's like a genuinely pretty good idea. She didn't know Heath Ledger was in this? Why would she know that, like, anyone's in this? I think maybe I told her about Mel Gibson. After the first one, that's a wrap on solid films. I agree. It's not Papyrus, that's true. Another reason I disagree with Nerdwriter is that mediocre movies pay the bills and keep the industry from falling to indie finance. Everyone needs their daily bread. Not everyone can afford cake. I would rather that. I would rather the industry fall apart. I think the industry fucking sucks. I think it's completely filled with like fucking cronyism and nepotism. I think that there's so much money in it that everybody is afraid of taking chances, and they just, I mean, it's like you said earlier that like it's a money industry and that the art is a happenstance. I disagree. I think that the industry should be art and that the money people have gotten in the way. So I hope that the industry collapses on itself. And if movies can't get made for more than a couple $1 million, good. Like, I can't remember the last $100 million movie I thought was good. You know, I think we're spending too much money on movies because now they have to have a massive return, or else they're not going to make their money back. And you can't have that big of a return by making movies like The Lobster. But I would rather movies mostly be movies like The Lobster and not like Marvel. So I totally agree with Nerdwriter. Sodium chloride, this app is DaVinci Resolve. Okay. Da-da-da. Pride and Prejudice 2005 is the greatest film of all time. Fair enough. I've seen multiple reactors be surprised Heath Ledger's in this. Not a lot of young cats have seen this movie. Well, if they'd seen the movie, we wouldn't be reacting to it, Joseph. Okay, so you said you fuck with After Effects, but you should probably think about learning a Fisher-Price style video editing app. Would probably save you time. Yeah, this is good. This is not a Fisher-Price one. I see you guys are talking about that afterward. Also, if you're into After Effects, that's what's built into this. This is what Fusion is all about, and it's like a node-based kind of After Effects system. That's how I built all this stuff. I grew up having my dad introduce me to movies amongst great. Yeah, my dad introduced me to a lot of the early like R-rated movies that I saw when I was younger. But yeah, if you're just solo YouTuber, probably not worth it to get a proper licensed studio version of the app. Yeah, it is, because it doesn't use your GPU unless you. Well, it just depends on what you're doing. Like, I'm basically a solo YouTuber, but this is my full-time job, so obviously you want to spend money on your tools that you do your work with. About The Matrix, one of those Hollywood stories is that Keanu got the role because he was the only one of the two who understood the script. I've always wondered if that was before or after the battery change. I don't think that's true, because the original casting choice they had was Will Smith, and he turned it down, so I don't think that that's true. Grandfather's an Army Ranger. DaVinci Resolve has been used for, yeah. It was a big color grading thing right off the bat, yeah. Okay, here we go.
3-corner hat.
Post Riders.
Yeah, tricorn. We ain't about having 1 or 2 corns. We're gonna have tricorns.
Post Riders.
So I can only assume that it's like.
Oh, who knows?
Revolutionary wartime. Yes, because she looks exactly like the American Girl doll books, Felicity. Because I had all of them.
Okay. Okay, that works.
And she was during the Revolutionary War. Felicity, because she looks exactly like the American Girl.
Okay, I guess I can have all this. It's always funny. I'm starting to notice a trend lately. Arianna is like way more talkative in the very first part of a thing, of a movie than towards the later parts. I'm a creative director and spent over 10 years as an art director at both HBO and MTV, directing and conceptualizing my team of animators. What kind of animation stuff were you guys doing for MTV? Is this like the interstitials and stuff like that? Yeah, the Token Frenchman. Yeah. He was fun though. Yeah, the Keanu story sounds apocryphal. I'm not gonna say it's impossible that it happened, but I definitely would want to see more verification on that. It sounds like the kind of story that sounds good, so you know they say it. Okay.
3-corner hat.
If she says 3-corner hat, people are gonna talk shit in the comments, to be honest.
Post Riders.
So I can only assume.
Okay, we'll start with
Hat.
this.
Post Riders.
So I can only assume that it. Revolutionary wartime. Yeah. Yes. Because she looks.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Because she looks exactly like the American Girl doll book.
Okay, that doesn't work.
Because she looks.
Oh, that edit is so awkward.
Because she looks exactly like.
This little boy looks like someone too. He does not look like Logan Lerman to me. Oh, did someone say he was good in anything? I guess I said Wallflower.
The American Girl doll books, Felicity. The American Girl doll books, Felicity. Because I had all of them. Felicity. Because I. because I had all of them. And she was during the Revolutionary War.
Okay, we don't need that because she already said Revolutionary War, so we're good. Okay. Yeah, it would have been Gerard Depardieu, exactly right, or Jean Reno. Yeah, it's always the same handful of guys. Okay, hold on. Forgot. I gotta put this dumb thing on. I was getting hit the other day. I thought I made a different one. Did I not? I could have swore I made another, like, effect for trying to hide the movie, but I don't remember what it was. It's not in here anymore, so that's weird. Could have swore I made one that I was happy with, but I guess not. Okay, whatever. Oh, also, let me switch myself back to where I was. It's easier the other way. Let's see, transform, flip horizontal. Okay, there we go. Yeah, cover less of it that way. Still have a 40k Eldar army? Yes, I do. All right, and then audio-wise, I guess we can see what happens.
Who's the other one? So that's... Oh,
yeah, what do I know that kid
what's
from?
he in? What else is he in?
He's in something I used to watch a lot as a kid. I don't remember. That sounded a lot like do-do-do-do-do. It sounded very Jurassic Park.
Is he in? Oh, I don't know.
Do I always keep the same loadout? No, I change all the time. But I haven't played in so long at this point because I'm, what do you call it? YouTube started becoming a thing.
Can't remember. I keep wanting to say like Hocus Pocus, but I don't think it's Hocus Pocus.
Ooh, I think it might be Hocus Pocus. Hocus Pocus cast. No, the kid looks similar though. No, I guess it makes sense. That could be too old. I forgot how old that kid was in that movie. I forgot how old both those kids were in that movie. Damn. Some old-looking kids. Yeah, what the hell is that? Yeah, what is that fucking kid from? I know him from something. Chad, what's the newest movies you've seen recently? Like one you just watched for the first time? Psh, don't know, dude. It's been a long time. Let me think if I've seen something since Everything Everywhere All at Once. I feel like I went to the theater since then. Who would I have gone with what I've seen? Oh, did I see Doctor Strange first? No, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that first. So Doctor Strange was before that. Right? Or was it after? I don't know. One of those two. Pretty sure I saw Everything first. I'm sorry. I think I saw Doctor Strange first because I remember comparing it positively to Doctor Strange. God, what else have I been in the theater for? Yeah, I don't know. It really might be one of those two. I haven't seen a new movie in a while. Just nothing looks good. Nothing looks all that interesting. No, I'm probably not going to watch Glass Onion. The trailer looked dumb. I recently bought tiny 5mm magnets and surprised by how powerful they were. They are surprisingly powerful, I agree. A buddy saw this and wanted to build them into a Space Marine army so he could switch heavy armaments. That happens all the time. Yeah, that's like a running gag, is always like, just magnetize. People will be on like some group chat and they'll be like, or not group chat, they'll be on like a forum and be like, hey, should I run, D-scythes or ghost axes on my Wraith Guard? Which that doesn't make sense because you can't run either of those, but you get the idea. And everyone always says, just magnetize. And it's like kind of a non-answer. It's like, I don't want to discuss which one's better. I just want to tell you to magnetize them so you can try them both and see how you like it. Yeah, Glass Onion was boring to me. Yeah, I figured. Trailer just made it look like it was becoming a bit of a parody of itself. Okay.
I like how warm that, like, the shot feels. It's pretty. And giving very, like, warm southern vibes.
I agree.
Landing in Southfield? Swimming breaks ready for the day, don't they?
All right, what matters in the first part of the movie? Not much, right? Isn't the main thing that matters is his oldest son wants to go join the military? Let me think about the beats of this movie and what parts matter. Oldest son wants to go join the military. Comes back, gets nabbed for being a deserter, is that right? We go and kill the people and snatch back our son, and then that gets us all riled up, so we go talk to the peeps and say, hey, what about a revolution? That sounds pretty tight. What about our freedom? And then other stuff happens. Don't remember. An hour into a murder mystery and no one was dead? Like, what? Okay, that's kind of funny. I do want to watch The Kid Detective. I heard good things about that. That he disagrees with the Continental Congress.
Thomas, wait for father.
Alright, that's going to drive me crazy. I gotta look this stupid kid up. The Patriots cast. What day is today? It's going to be Thursday soon. And then Maple's coming over on Friday to record. Okay, good. Good. We're talking about trying to get a schedule rocking. We're trying to figure out what schedule we want to do. My theory right now is to do probably like Tuesdays and Thursdays. But that also sounds crazy because, like, I don't know. Maybe we can do that. I'll try. I have a picture of his face. I don't have his name. Can a brother get a name for this kid who's in this movie? His name is Gregory Smith. And the other guy's name was Trevor Morgan. And Gregory Smith, did you fall off the planet? Looks like you just might have. Yep, I do not recognize this person as an adult. I'm not sure I even recognize him this age. These don't all look like the same. Like, sometimes, like, I don't know, like, are you telling me that this guy and this guy are the same? No. Okay, this is a professor. Okay, fair enough. Gregory Smith. Arrowverse. Has he been in Arrow? Is that this guy? Oh, wait, or is that a different guy? What the cast of Everward looks like now. Has he been, like, on the CW? Is that what's going on? That's a Marvel person. What the hell is going on? Okay, well, step one, I figured out who he was. Now, step two, what do I know him from? Oh, that's what I know him from. Small Soldiers. Boom. That's exactly what I know this kid from. Oh, so he's around the same age as Kristen Stewart. Fascinating. Yeah, Small Soldiers. That's probably why she was thinking Hocus Pocus. It's like a similar kind of movie we would have seen when we were kids. Fascinating. What else was he in? Small Soldier, Rookie Blue, never heard of it. Xenon, didn't watch it. Wrinkle in Time, didn't watch it. So yeah, probably mostly, mostly that movie, Small Soldiers. Interesting. Later, Sodium, man. It was good having you. You haven't seen Kid Detective yet either? I have not. It's very good and completely flew under the radar. Yeah, exactly right. No, but I heard Red Letter Media talk about it and it sounded interesting. I wanted to check it out. Ooh, the guy on the cover is kind of hot. Maybe I'll watch it. Just give it a check. Yeah, Arrow's well, I know Arrow's a CW show, but he's in that show.
It's a cool rocking chair, though.
It is a cool rocking chair.
His chairs often break. Oh, yes they do. Oof.
How are you gonna be so bad at chair making? It's made out of wood. Fat
Arianna,
ass.
1776. I love Spanish moss. Oh, that looks so pretty. And but again, I can like almost feel like you can almost see the humidity in the shot. I like how the lighting is a lot.
Okay, let's go for this. We can kind of kick into the movie from here.
Oh, that looks so pretty. And you. But again, you can like almost feel like you can almost see the humidity in this shot. Is I like how the lighting is a lot.
That's her, North Star. See?
That was on
Stuff in
YouTube.
Patriot's
Interesting.
a bit different. And then count 5 finger licks. And it's right there. And she'll always be looking down on us and protect us forever.
Yeah, if I recall, the vast majority of the opener of this movie is just not super plot important. It's just a lot of like Pixar calls it like every day was until and then the end, basically. So this is like part of the every day was.
They really want to see the mail. Help them out some, sir.
Sure.
They really want to see the mail. They really want to see the mail.
You know what? I just realized we're a little desaturated, but whatever.
Help them out some, sir. Help them out some, sir.
So what was in the mail? So what was it?
Whoa.
So what was in the mail?
That's funny.
Why? What's in the mail? I don't remember. I think it's like they're looking for news stories to hear about how the conflict is going. The oldest kid wants to join the military, but the dad is like a what do you call it? He's like a pacifist. Doesn't want to get involved. Letters, Paul, from somewhere that isn't here. God damn, Paul. Yeah. 1776. How long do you think it took for us to lose our accent?
Benjamin Martin.
When did Americans stop sounding British? I bet I can look that up. When did Americans stop having... Oh, it auto-completes. Boom. Most scholars have roughly located split-off point between American and British English as the mid-18th century. So, some odd 26 years before this, there are some clear exceptions. When did Americans stop talking British? What the fuck? Why would you name it that? Okay, what do you got? Here we go. As the title of this post suggests, I often hear questions, Eastern New England, New York City, and the coastal South all seem to have maintained various degrees of contact with the Old World, and hence adopted some later British innovations, but as a whole, American English started going its own course around the same time as the Revolutionary War. How would these colonials have talked? Well, everything I've read suggests their accent would not have been radically different from today's general American spectrum of accents. More marked regional accents would have been different, however. Most Southerners spoke with what we think of today, sure. That being said, it's clear to me that British English has seen at least as much of a change. Oh, good point, right. Yeah, that like their English would sound quite different, as much as our English sounds quite different from back then too, so that's fair. So the more pertinent question is, when did Britons stop talking like Americans? Well, I wouldn't say that's more pertinent, but it's equally pertinent. Like, yeah, you could say that. Is Britons correct? Is that really correct? But you could say that the British... I'm trying to think what to call prime. Like, the British themselves and Americans both abandoned the prime accent. The British prime accent. Alright, let me answer this survey massive collection. That is true. Some massive changes happened, and I do wonder what that's about, like the R's at the end of words. Like how Americans pronounce car instead of ca. Like, what was that all about? What Americans started being like, no, let's throw a hard R on the end of these things. We're real into the hard R here in America. There are pockets of England where people didn't really stop talking like Americans until this. Well, I don't say that they're talking like Americans, though. That's dumb, too. That is, if you see American English as part of a larger continuum of Southern England-derived dialects. Regardless of the degree to which these older rural areas are extinct, the fact is so much urban blah, 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 blah. This article's boring. Did you write a better one? Is this a scene from that movie? Hilarious. Yeah, saying British accent and American accent is an oversimplification, which is true. But we all know what I mean. Standardized received pronunciation. The Queens. We're gonna speak the Kings. What most people think of as an American accent, or most Americans think of as no accent, fair, is the general American accent, sometimes called a newscaster accent, or a network English. Network English, interesting. Hello, my name is Bob Bagavan, and I'm here to tell you about the news. So here's what happened. Yeah, that's a very kind of generic-y American kind of accent. English colonists established their first permanent settlement in New World, Jamestown. Obviously, in 1706. So, I mean, sorry, 1607. So, I mean, that's fair. Like, 150 years certainly seems like enough time to have a pretty different accent. So, I guess that would track. They said the 18th century, right? Not the 19th. The sounds of English as spoken in the Old World and New World are very different. We're looking at a silent gap of some 300 years. Yeah, exactly right. True. Very good point. So we can't say exactly when Americans first started to sound noticeably different. As for the why, though, well, but wouldn't there be like accounts? Wouldn't there be like British people who came to visit and would go like, our cousins sound fucking strange. I don't know what's up with them, but they all talk very strangely. Rhoticism. The general American accent is rhotic, and speakers pronounce the R in words such as hard. Instead of hard. The BBC-type British accent is non-rhotic, or rhotic, and speakers don't pronounce the R, leaving hard. Yeah, so what was the thing? First off, I would not say that's like the major difference. Well, what did they say? They said one big factor. Okay, fair enough. That is one big factor, but there's so many things about our accent that make us sound wildly different. If I start saying car, I don't think anyone would think I was British all of a sudden. You'd still instantly be able to hear I'm American. Before and after during the Revolution, the English, both in England and blah, 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 mostly spoke with a rhotic accent we don't know much about. Okay. Wow, well, that's interesting. They're saying that back then we all spoke with a rhotic accent, and they're the ones who dropped it. Fascinating. Wow, I would love to hear what that sounds like. Appalachian Mountains, Outer Banks, Tidewater region, sounding like an uncorrupted Elizabethan era English accent have been busted as myths. Good, I'm glad, because I just recently have heard this rumor, and it sounds fucking stupid. I don't believe it, so I'm glad that that's been a myth. That's very good to hear. All right, sorry, let me back up a little bit. What are y'all talking about? Chad, you needing a lumbar cushion? You know, I have one. It's just annoying. Like, it's not placed in a good spot. It's not very useful. This chair sucks. It does suck. Quintessential 90s protagonist and old pacifist with a history of extreme violence. You nailed that, unrelated coma. I totally agree with you. It's like, yeah, I'm a pacifist. I used to be a badass. Don't get me started again. You wouldn't like it. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Rhoticity is way more prevalent in Scotland. Sure. I'll give you that. I also think Ireland. I'm told Ireland is one of the only places that pronounces R's about as heavy as Americans do, because we pronounce them pretty heavy too. Like we definitely say like, you know, I'm taking the car to work. Like we pronounce the R for sure. Or like, I don't know, I'm going to the theater. Like we definitely say like theater. We wouldn't say like theater. Also, class differences were extreme. True. There used to be a show from Glasgow called Taggart and English. People would mock it, saying, "There's been a murder." That's hilarious. I like it. RP used to be a requirement to work on BBC TV. I mean, they wouldn't say it's a requirement in America to speak in whatever our version of RP is. But it is like it's a secret one. If you're like, I want to be a newscaster, and I'm like, yeah, dang old, you know how the Republicans be acting, voting, I don't know, the machine. Like obviously that's not fucking happening. So you still have to be like, hello, Dan Crenshaw here. My name's Chad Gloria, and I'm here to tell you about YouTube. I'm about to look something up, and I totally forgot what the hell it was called. Yeah, it's not Harbor, it's Haba. Well, that's also, yeah, like you said, Maine or like Boston, all that. Yeah, Haba. TV's regionalized too, that's true. Yeah, people from Boston don't know it exists. Yeah, fair enough. Comparatively, Spanish, Dutch, and Italian R's are hard as nails. No shit. I guess I never think about it. Spanish and Spanish. What's a word I know in Spanish that has an R? All right, a London accent from the 14th to the 21st century. All right, I only have one question. Who the hell are you? So how can I trust you? Let's go to mental floss real fast. Let's try that out for real quick.
Hi, I'm Craig. I'm an OC, original colonist. And this is Mental Floss on YouTube. Today I'm going to answer Jacob.
Why do I know this man? Oh, because he was in... because he kind of looks like Vsauce, and he was with Crash Course, I think. He was a Crash Course guy.
Mitchell's big question. What did the original colonists sound like? Did they have a modern British accent? Let's get started. Accent, the commenters get angry. Don't get angry. So, it turns out that accents are pretty complicated things. Like when Jacob says modern British accent, he probably means what linguists call the received pronunciation, or RP, or RP. There are a ton of different regional accents in the UK, but the Oxford English Dictionary defines...
Forgive me, you said Spanish and Italian, R's are from the front of the mouth, and the English one is more glottal. Oh, am I quiet? Really? Am I? That probably introduced more room tone, but did that help at all? Yeah, I didn't know my mic was low. Sorry about that. Music also may have been loud. Sucks that it took this long to find out. I'm also not talking like into the mic. I'm talking away from it to an extent. All right, what was I just talking about? Okay, you said R's from the front of the mouth. How the hell do you do that? How do you do that? That's so weird. An R, like an R is gonna be in the back of the throat. How else? I don't know what other way. R. How do you do that in the front of the mouth? That's crazy. Whatever.
The RP as the standard accent of English as spoken in the south of England.
Oh, you know what it is, dude? I think I just also turned this stuff up more than I had it as well.
And that's what Americans typically mean when they say British accent. But let's be honest, Americans never talk about other countries at all. There's a flip side to that too. Americans have tons of different accents, but the general American accent is what the British person would call an American accent. They might not do this, though. At that time, both accents were rhotic, like an American accent. Rhoticism means the letter R.
Oh, it is rhotic and not rhotic. Okay, fair enough.
R is pronounced in words like hard and park. In received pronunciation, that R sound isn't pronounced. Should it be received pronunciation, then? Of course, there aren't any recordings from the 17th century, so we can't know for sure what British and American people sounded like. But linguists are pretty sure that both are rhotic because the R exists in those words, so it's probably supposed to be pronounced. Experts have also observed that...
Oh, god damn it, what a fucking good point. I never thought of it like that. What a great point. It's so simple, but like it should have been kind of obvious. I should have assumed that. Like, yeah, you don't write it like that if it's not supposed to be pronounced. What's the point? So it seems like they probably did pronounce the R's. and they just gave up on them at some point. How interesting. That's a fascinating theory.
So we can't know for sure what British and American people sounded like. But linguists are pretty sure that both are rhotic because the R exists in those words. So it's probably supposed to be pronounced. Experts have also observed that it wasn't
supposed to be pronounced.
until the late 18th century that British people started to write words like hard or park while omitting the R for time in shorthand notes. I mean, it takes time to write that R.
Oh, wait, no, straight up, they were writing them different? That's crazy, because how would you differentiate between had and hard? That seems crazy for the writing difference. How interesting.
Those curves. So where did the modern British accent come from? According to the Cambridge History of the English Language, received pronunciation emerged in southern England during the Industrial Revolution. People who were born into lower classes and then became wealthy developed the way of speaking so that they could set themselves apart from the social class they'd surpassed. The book states, London pronunciation became the prerogative of a new breed of specialists, orthoepists, and teachers of elocution. The orthoepists decided upon correct pronunciations, compiled pronouncing dictionaries, and in private expensive tutoring sessions, drilled enterprising citizens in fashionable articulation. So, if you ever see a movie or play that takes place in Britain before the 18th century, those characters should be speaking in American accents. Mind blown! Thanks for watching Mental Floss on YouTube.
But not modern American either. So, that is so fascinating, though, because it is always talked about how, like, we're the ones who bridged away really, really far. But it does kind of sound like we both did, but it seems like they're the ones who made a bigger leap. That's fascinating. I also like, though, how we're all pretending like the only difference is the R's. I do think there's quite a fair amount of differences. Is there anything that's hard for British people to say? Probably not. Oh, here we go.
Where's my goddamn truck? Marianne! Hand me my gun!
Your best American accent.
I can't remember who it was. Someone was talking about this. I want to say it was maybe Hassan. Someone was talking about how, like, every time a foreigner does an American accent, they always do, like, a Southern one or, like, a Boston one or a California, like, Valley Girl one. I'm like, well, yeah, of course, because those are, like, the extreme ones. Like, if you try to do the Dan Crenshaw, if you try to do the Dan Brokaw, is that his name? Whatever. If you try to do like the newscaster thing, you know, like, hello, my name is Chad, and today we're going to talk about the news. That, it's just, I don't know. It's not, it would make sense to do like the ones that are very caricature-y, you know. Most Americans, I think, when you ask them to do a British accent, they try to give you something from London. Most heavy accents in the UK are coastal. Yeah, that's true. I mean, what's weird about the accents like that is, what's her face made a great video about that, Siobhan. How do you spell Siobhan? But the weird thing about that is how they it's just that they're so small. It's such a small area, and the accents are so extreme. Where America, we're so big, and it doesn't feel like we have like if you were gonna do like per square mile, how many accents are there in the UK versus like per square mile in America? I think the UK is killing us. It seems like we have accents, don't get me wrong, but we don't seem to have as many as the UK does, and the UK is like half the size.
Oh my god, what are you saying? It's like, oh my god, Britney bitch. Oh my god. Give me a cheeseburger.
That was actually pretty good. If RP is received pronunciation, would the American one be American received pronunciation? Actually, the guy had a name for that, and I forgot what it was. There was a name that was the opposite of received pronunciation. To be fair, I don't know what the fuck it is. We don't use that phrase. Like, it's not common parlance for sure. Oh, that's another one. They were talking about being rhotic or not. Rhotic is part of it, but like that parlance, like a lot of Americans would say parlance. So the A, British people use the soft A much more often than we do. We use I don't know, like it feels like more opportunities than not. We try to have the A sound, and the British will go for an ah. Hi, the Cornish accent is a language all of its own in England. Well, that's kind of what this video is cool, because Siobhan does a good job of going through and kind of breaking down all these different accents, which is crazy. Now, okay, I got a good question now. Someone here is Scottish. Someone here is Graham. I'm going to say that you are English. I feel like we've talked about that, and I think you're English. And then Wu Shaoling, are you in the Netherlands? Is that right? I mentioned it last time. They also have 1,000 years of history behind the British language development. That's 100% true. Well, you're right. That's true. I guess I'm not giving enough credit for like how long it takes for people who are like very insular to develop a more extreme accent. And they do. They have us beat, you know, by a very long time. Is it only 1,000 years? Yeah. Okay, that sounds about right. Because before 1,000 years, what is it? It's 2022, so that'd be it's not 22. 1,022. Why am I having such a hard time with that? Yeah, 1,022. So 1,022. Are we talking like Rome times? Yeah, so whatever. It's like it's no. No, Rome wasn't 1,000 years after Jesus, was it? That was like already towards the whatever. I'm high, forgive me. I mean, I wasn't like fact checking you. I was just thinking about how long they had, because they have had an extremely long time, like basically 3 to 4 times as much time as we've had to develop our accents before we were even born. So they have like the last 400 years plus just so much more, 300 years plus so much more time to really get those things super hyper down. I guess that explains it. I don't know why that was blowing my mind so much. I think that is probably the answer. It's just the time. And they spent a lot of that time, like without the internet. So it wasn't like everyone was hearing people with a wildly different accent all the time. So of course that would just be super insular and they would just get real developed. Yeah, I don't know why that was blowing my fucking mind so much. I think you're 100% right. That seems obvious now that's the difference between us and them. Like, give us another 1,000 years, we'll probably have the same thing going on. So weird. No, we probably won't though, because we've also got fucking, what's it called? We have the internet now. So it's kind of like it's too late for us to develop accents in the same kind of way. Oh, man. Okay, correct. All right. So, yeah, Netherlands and then South UK. Originally from London. Great. And then Cornwall is the southwest tip of England. Okay, cool. And then I think I'm right about Scotland. So I want to play this video because I want to watch it again. And I also want to hear from people who are from the UK, your guys' thoughts on this. Or not even just UK, from Europe, what your thoughts are, because I'm an American trusting that this British person can do all these accents accurately. And to me, it seems good.
Is incredibly diverse in terms of accents, and it just so happens that I can do many of these accents as my party trick. So come with me as I take you on a guided tour through all of the accents and archetypes of Great Britain.
Am I crazy, or was she like clipping the entire time? What was that all about? Did y'all hear that? She straight sounded like she was clipping. She sounded like staticky.
As I take you on a guided tour through all of the accents and archetypes of Great Britain.
Or she sounds like she had like an old-timey radio filter on her voice or something. What is that? Y'all hearing that too, or is something wrong with my headphones?
It happens that I can do many of these accents as my party trick.
Okay, sorry, that was weird. Whatever, let's get into it.
Hi, I'm Siobhan Thompson, and this is Anglophenia. And what I'm speaking right now is RP, received pronunciation, or, your standard BBC English. It's spoken across the country, generally by middle, and upper class people. Think of Martin Freeman, Benedict Cumberbatch, or, most of the presenters of BBC News. So, good evening. It's 9 o'clock, and this is the news. I'm very important. Heightened.
It's going back and forth. It's so weird. It's like half of her recording sounds normal and the other half sounds crazy. It's the weirdest thing ever. I'm sorry, I'm very distractible.
RP is generally only spoken on film and television now. So you're going to think of Nell Card or the Dowager Countess in Downton Abbey. Oh, Gerald, I do love you, but you're so terribly, terribly poor.
Yeah, what was up with that? What does anyone, I guess accents, like, I guess you can't ask what's up with that. But, like, does everyone else in England think that type of accent sounds insane? The long vowels thing. It seems like you're kidding. Like, I've only heard that accent when someone's making fun of it. I can't think of too many people. I guess the Queen kind of had that a little bit. Am I crazy? And I do agree it sounded like an old-fashioned newscast, yeah. Yes, English class struggle is heavily represented in accents. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it definitely makes me think of, like, aristocracy instantly. Like, I don't hear that accent and think, you know, chimney sweep, like, at all. Like, yeah, that definitely is a very, very wealthy person. It's a blowhard accent. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like a person who's doing it so that you can hear how wealthy they are. And it's nuts to me. It's so nuts. We talked about this last time. America has not a super similar kind of thing. You know, Donald Trump will sound like any other idiot. You know, like it's not our aristocracy in America doesn't necessarily have their own accent. But with some minor exceptions, part of it is Silicon Valley, like the uptalk, that almost like Valley Girl kind of upspeak thing. Like, I'm very important and I read very important things and I have lots of opinions on things that are happening in the world because it's important. That accent is like the tech world's Silicon Valley kind of accent in the States. So that's kind of the closest thing I can think of to like what a rich person sounds like, basically. Yeah, it's usually delivered at maximum volume too.
Now, London is the accent that most people outside of Britain can recognise. You know, that classic lock, stock and two smoking barrels. Get out of my pub! Go on, get out of it! Shut it, you tart! East Anglia is a flat, boggy kind of place with a flat, boggy kind of accent. I'd love to give you an example of somebody that comes from there that speaks like this, but they all lose this accent as soon as they can. Stephen Fry's from Norfolk.
See, that is hilarious because she's saying it's hard to give you an example of people who talk like that because they all are like embarrassed of it and they get rid of it as fast as they can. That's fascinating to me. That would be like if I couldn't give you guys a good example of like an Alabama accent because everyone, like, you know, who I would show you on the internet has lost that accent, or, you know, as far as like being a famous person, they've lost the accent because they're embarrassed by it. What's so funny is Stephen Fry seems like a perfect example. He's got the most foppish sounding accent. Now, it works for him. It doesn't sound like an arrogant accent with him. It sounds like I don't know. It makes it, I wish he was my grandpa. Like, I just want to sit on his lap and listen to him tell me stories about what the fuck ever. I don't even care. So he's got a really, his accent fits him so perfectly, but theoretically it's something he learned. And I think that's kind of funny. Chimney, spare penny, governor. Hello, governor. Oh man, just got around to watching the trailer for Evil Dead Rise. Feels like it spoils a ton of tense moments. Dude, I always hate that, Coma. Yeah, that's the worst, dude. I was just talking about that the other day. I was like, that's part of why, if I already know I'm going to watch a movie because like the property is something I would just watch. Like when Dune 2 comes out, I probably won't watch the trailer at all because it's like, I already know I'm going to watch it. So I don't need the trailer to hook me. So I would rather just not see anything and go in totally blind because yeah, trailers suck these days. Also, Elizabeth Holmes' business voice is sort of like trying to uptalk. Elizabeth Holmes, which one's Elizabeth Holmes? Is that uptalk? Is Elizabeth Holmes the chick, Theranos girl? Because she talks like this. So I don't know if she was uptalk. Was she like trying to uptalk while she is pretending that her voice, like this I would die doing this. Trying to uptalk while trying to make sure your voice sounds really weirdly low. That's so funny. Even showed some jump scares. That's the fucking word.
But he doesn't speak like this because he's posh. Here's a kind of classic kind of East Anglia phrase. I done dropped my computer in the fan and it's broken. Now let's go across the island to the West Country, which is a much rounder sound. It's farmland full of sheep and...
Oh, bro, what accent is this? It is lovely. I don't remember what I was fucking listening to, but someone had that accent. It is the most lovely, friendly accent. Like, I could listen to that all fucking day. It is a killer accent. And it's funny that she mentioned farms because I had a theory that it probably was kind of like our southern accent.
Rounder sound. It's farmland full of sheep and cows and apples.
Whatever a person tells me in that accent, I trust them. I just assume they're telling me the truth. That's a trustworthy person, right?
Think of like Sam Ganji from The Lord of the Rings or Hagrid from the Harry Potter movies. Oh, you bloody kids, get off my land! Or, oh, Mr. Frodo, don't let him turn me into anything unnatural.
Oh, wait, hold on. You know what I think part of it is? No, never mind. I was gonna say, well, that's actually a good point. Samwise Gamgee, that's a person who would give you a very fond feeling towards that kind of an accent. But that's not what I was thinking of. I was thinking of a lady. You know what, dude? I'm gonna sound like an asshole, but I'm high, so forgive me, please. Is what's her face? Sarah Milligan. Does she have that accent? Is it similar? Now I'm starting to think though. Yeah, she's English. Yeah. I feel like she has something kind of like that accent at least. But yeah, great accent. I ain't been dropping no eaves, sir. Exactly right. Yeah, slightly West Country, Bill Bailey. Oh, Bill Bailey's awesome. I fucking love Bill Bailey. He's so funny. It sounds like Bristol. I think that was the previous one you were saying that about. Yeah, most of these folks trying to drop their accents do it when they go to university. That sounds right. Probably same thing in America. Not literally up talk, but doing a voice to appeal to a target demo. Yeah, that's exactly woo. I appreciate. I mean, Woosha. I think you're right. Yeah, it's the same vein. This editing session has gone off the rails. Yeah, they do that. I'm gonna get off soon. I just wanted to set everything up so I could work on it tomorrow. She's from Newcastle, not close to Bristol. Okay, well, whatever it is, it has a very similar kind of like. There's just like this kind of like sing-songy cadence that seems very like I don't know. I'm not like the accent seems almost as if it's not in a hurry. So they seem like they're kind of just chill. I don't know. It's really interesting.
And then when you go down to Cornwall, it gets a little bit more piratey. So hoist the mizzen mast, Squire Trelawney. Now Southern Welsh is this great sing-songy kind of an accent. Think of Tom Jones or Richard Burton. You know, rage against the dying of the light. Bloody hell, I love Dylan Thomas. Northern Welsh.
I don't think I've ever heard Tom Jones speak. I've only heard him
Is where the singer Duffy is from. It's a breathier, thicker kind of an accent, and most people from there speak Welsh at home, and English is a second language. So, you know, diolch yn fawr. Now, cross.
Wait, it's a second language. What's the primary language? She's good at them? Okay, dope. And lyrical accent? A little bit lyrical, yeah. Oh, cool. I'm glad that she's good at these. I mean, I guess I could have known that because I was recognizing them, at least for the ones I knew already. So that means she must be doing a good job or else I wouldn't recognize them.
It's the country to the West Midlands and Birmingham. It's a very nasal kind of an accent, mostly on account of all the industry that went on in that area. Cat Daly, who presents So You Think You Can Dance, is from there. And so is Ozzy Osbourne, you know. Sharon, where's the bloody remote?
Oh,
yeah, that
Birmingham.
voice that he does isn't because of drugs, it's just where he's from.
You know what? That's so funny. That's cool. I picked that up because one of my favorite shows is The Peaky Blinders, and it's Birmingham. And yeah, like you're hearing kind of like the old school. Well, I don't know if it is the old school accent. Maybe it is a modern accent, just like the Patriot didn't use an old school accent. But I definitely hear a lot of that Birmingham-y thing she was doing in that show. Boom on Gunman. Mooning Gum. Michael Sheen is very genuine Welsh when he reverts back to it. Michael Sheen? Yeah, I've heard him in interviews and stuff. Yeah, Michael Sheen's dope.
Scouse is your classic Liverpool accent. The Beatles are from there, and so's Paul McGann. They were also made European Capital of Culture a couple of years ago by the EU,
Oh,
so don't tell me
Scouse.
they're not cultured, alright? Up into Lancashire, and you know, think of Christopher Eccleston or most of the cast of the Downstairs in Downton Abbey. Daisy, get those buns out the oven before they burn. Oh, Mr. Bates. So, across the
Most of the cast of the Downstairs on Downton Abbey.
Pennines to Yorkshire, it's a much kind of flatter accent from Lancashire, and they cut off a lot of the words. So I'm going to Pub Up Hill. Think of Sean Bean from Lord of the Rings or Game of Thrones. One does not simply walk into Mordor. So in Northumberland and Newcastle is
That's funny. Some of these, I'm like, yeah, I don't know if I recognize that one. And then she'll name someone, and instantly I'm like, oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, I hear it now.
speaking a Geordie accent. So, you know, think of the Geordie Shore or Carol Cole. Remember, she got fired from the X Factor because nobody could understand a word she was.
All right, real quick. I will tell you, unrelated coma, I definitely could tell you that Spike was not really a British guy. He even admitted, the actor admitted, I think, that he either like didn't know, something happened where he didn't really have like time to prep to go for British. I feel like he was like asked to do a British accent. So he knows it's not great because it wasn't like a well-rehearsed and well-trained accent right off the bat.
Was saying, oh, Billy Elliot, all I want to do is dance bally, but me dad makes me box. Edinburgh's the capital of Scotland.
Billy
It's a
Elliot
very
had an
soft,
accent.
maybe a little snooty kind of an accent. Think of Ewan McGregor or Dame Maggie Smith as Professor McGonagall. That's 10 points taken from Gryffindor, Mr. Potter. Glasgow's a
I love that one too. That's another lovely accent. Great accent. Been playing Civ 6, hearing historical quotes in Sean P's voice is a whole different vibe. Did he do the voiceover for that? Did they like hire him to do all the stuff? Yeah, Joss wanted the character to be like Sid Vicious.
much thicker kind of an accent.
Oh, Sid Vicious. Okay, I get it. Yeah.
Billy Connolly and Peter Capaldi are both from there. They cut off a lot of the words, so I haven't any butter, so I got to go to the shop, you know. And
That butter was hardcore. That was a good butter. I want to hear that again. Sorry. I am become death, destroyer of worlds. Did you get to hear Sean Bean say that? Because that'd be dope. Wow, I thought James Marsters was British. He did an English accent in Torchwood, too. Really? He did it twice in 2 unrelated shows? I mean, technically, he did it in Angel, too, but Angel's in the same universe, so of course. Yeah, that butterer was hilarious. That was really good.
And so up to the you know.
No, give me...
A lot of the words, so I haven't any butter, so I got to go to the shop, you know.
I can't roll my R, so I can't even say it how she said it. That was dope.
And so up to the very north, to the Highlands of Scotland. Think of Amy Pond from Doctor Who, or maybe Sir Robert
From
Burns. The best laid plans of mice and men, gang after glee. Now let's...
Hold on. That's so funny. This video is from 8 years ago. She might have been Amy Pond from Doctor Who 8 years ago, to be honest. 8 years ago. Let's see. From so that's 2014? That might have been like the year that Guardians came out. That's so funny. She might really have just been Amy Pond from...
Let's go to Northern Ireland, and it's all about the vowels with the Northern Irish accent, like, so like, how now, Branco? Liam Neeson is from there. I've got a very particular set of skills. I know he doesn't say it in that accent in the movie, but it sounds well cool, so, like... And finally, Southern Ireland is obviously not a part of the United Kingdom, but I can do a Dublin accent, so let's just do it. It's a pretty classic Irish accent with a lot of assonance to it. So Sinead O'Connor's from there. Nothing compares to you. That is all from me. Tell me if there's any British
pronounced the
accents
D
that I
in
missed, because I
Sinead
love a
O'Connor.
challenge.
Wait, no one told me that. You pronounce the D? I've been calling her Sinead O'Connor like my whole ass life. And you're supposed to say Sinead O'Connor? I feel like a fucking asshole. I feel like a right tit. Irish accent sounds like you're playing a mouth harp. Stupid. I mean, I love Irish too. Okay, I got a question. Are there like how many Irish Scottish too? Are there like Scottish and Irish sub accents? You know, like they're saying an American accent's dumb or saying an English accent's dumb. Is it like equally dumb to say Irish accent? Jimbo Jones says, this isn't Diegesis. Where is she at? So Diegesis is the name of the channel. My name is Chad. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. A way to simulate the rolling R is repeating KDing really fast. KDing. Let's see. So, what do you call it? What was I just asking about? Oh yeah, Irish accents. I want to hear about Irish accents. What's going on with that? Got catfished. Yeah, here we go.
I think Ireland has to get something straight with the rest of the world, or maybe just Hollywood. You see, we don't all sound like leprechauns on acid. Thank you.
Uh-oh.
Tom Cruise, Jared Butler, and Jesus have mercy on her soul, Julia Roberts. Ugh. There's actually a big difference if you're either from the north, south, east...
Wait, Julia Roberts. What? What? Julia Roberts. Irish movie. 10 worst Irish accents in film. What? I didn't know about this. Tell me about this. Mary Riley, is that it?
A great breakthrough. In the house of Dr. Henry Jekyll,
Good morning, sir.
there lived a chambermaid.
Most people are afraid.
She suspects the truth.
When did you last see her? She's waiting to destroy.
Okay, whatever, fine. I don't want to hear her anyway. Let's see. Here we go. Worst accents. Hook it up. All right, where is she at? Cameron Diaz. Yep, that was terrible. I remember that. It was fucking terrible. Jesus, that was so bad. That was so embarrassing. I forgot. That was really embarrassing.
Oh, it's you, is it? Butler's night off, is it?
What do you want?
A word with a gentleman.
Which one?
Harry Jekyll, of course. If I never saw that other devil again in my life, it'd be too soon for me.
They're both in the laboratory.
That'll do as well as anywhere.
As a rule, the doctor doesn't admit visitors when he's working.
Oh, I think he'll admit
Yeah,
me.
that's rough.
Very
That's not
likely
great.
he'll admit both of us if you play your cards right.
You know what's funny? She simultaneously sounds Irish and Southern American at the same time. She sounds like she sounds like a person from like Tennessee learned the Irish accent. They still have like that Tennessee accent, or not? Yeah. They're not even language. It's just the accent. I like learned how to do an Irish accent, but I natively have a Southern accent. It's funny. Scottish variations are more obvious. The Ting Irish sounds like
East or west of Ireland. Let's break it down and set this record straight. Are you listening, Robert?
Okay, what do we got?
Dublin is the capital, and the accent here was heavily influenced by the British occupation of Ireland for more than 800 years. What's odd is that for such a relatively small city, we have two very distinct accents, generally assigned to north and south side. On the north side, you'll hear people talking like this. Here the D replaces TH, so you get a lot of this, that, these and those. And if there's a T at the end of a word, bleeding forget it. Venture south and they'll speak absolutely like this. The South Dublin resident is all about the O's and O's. Elongate those vowels like, yeah, like totally the opposite of the narrow sounds of the north side.
That doesn't sound remotely Irish to me. How funny. That's crazy. That sounds like that uppity English accent we were talking about a bit ago. And like the California like Valley Girl accent. That doesn't even sound Irish. That's nuts. Yeah. You're right. It sounded very Liverpoolian. Very Liverpoolian. How funny. Yeah, he just straight up sounded like a Beatle. Yeah, that's just what the Beatles sound like. How funny.
Sounds of the North Sider. Moving into like totally the opposite of the narrow sounds.
Yeah, like Liverpool, but I'm telling you, it's still very California, like totally dude, that kind of thing going on. It's so weird. Interesting. I don't know if I could name a guy who sounds like that. I wish he did what she was doing, where she pointed out a famous person.
As we come to the People's Republic of Cork, boy. For some weird reason, everyone here speaks a few octaves higher than the rest of the country, boy. It's a little bit forlorn and a little bit melodic, and every now and again, boy is thrown in for the crack. Fair play to you, boy. Now move down a bit and you're into West Cork, where it all gets a bit thicker and
He was just talking shit. He was just talking
a bit faster, sure. Then there's Kerry, and that is probably the jewel in the Irish accent crown. Not sure even Irish people understand this, unless they're from the kingdom itself. Sure, it's fast and it's furious. SH features even when it's not there,
okay.
you know, like. Sure, doesn't it sound better for it, like, you know? Limerick is more nasal and...
Okay, so I guess I thought that guy was special, but he's just from a place where everyone talks like that. Is that what's going on? Him and his, if you want to steal my sheep or whatever, you need a good dad.
Sharp on the ear, so you can tell you've left the kingdom far behind. You might get called a goal if you're acting the maggot or if you're langers. Now we're going way up north. I tell you, it's very different, especially in Belfast. Sure, the Scottish plantation of Ulster was so successful that it changed the way they speak forever. Now...
Yeah, I was just going to say that. They sound like Irish people who are kind of doing a Scottish
It's
accent.
pronounced nigh. I means yes.
Yeah, I've heard those guys. Yeah, the no is nigh. I've heard that. That's that little girl who's talking shit to her mom. So she's from like way North Ireland. I've been told this is where I wouldn't be allowed to go if I went to Ireland. Is this true?
And a wee cracker is a beautiful girl, so it is. So this is how we sound. Do you know what I mean, bud? And it's...
I know that accent because of I don't know. Irish girl yells at mom. Yeah, this one. It's that accent, I think.
Do your 1, 2, 3. She's not laughing, you bird.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
Do the 1, 2, 3 bit again.
No one's I'm feeling wine train. Really want to taste. Are you going to talk yourself now? You going to talk yourself now? Talking yourself now? I'm more than you.
Very belligerent.
You're being very blue girl. I'm so sorry. So I'm going to bust you in a minute. So that's it. So any more is on the bed.
It's so obviously frustrating to hear a kid talk like that, but it's so funny because she sounds exactly like a really drunk dude, like at a bar. A man who is completely pissed in the corner, just screaming at whoever will listen.
I'm so sorry. 9. I'm so sorry.
It was that accent though, right?
Okay.
Because she keeps saying like, "You're gonna choke yourself, Noy."
Be very careful, Noy. Okay, I'm so sorry.
You're gonna choke.
Except she's saying "Noy," I think, to me now. And the other guy said that they use "no" is "Noy," so maybe I'm off on it.
Are you gonna choke Noy?
Yeah, so yeah.
It's totes generalisation, like. But sure, it is what it is, boy. And it's only a broad guide from an Irish gal, like. But sure, we're only having the crack.
Yeah, fair enough. I love how he's just like totally shitting on that one accent. That was pretty funny. Yeah, that's funny. Looking at the
Benjamin
menu.
Martin.
Don't know who Benjamin Martin is.
Benjamin Moore.
Oh, are they looking at obituaries?
Peter Cuppen joined the Continentals.
Okay, I guess we can start there.
Peter Cuppen joined the Continentals.
Yeah, Peter Cuppins jumped off a bridge, would you?
He's 17, a year younger than I.
Oh, who talks like that? Did anyone ever talk like that?
He's 17, a year younger than I.
A year younger than I. You know, it's kind of funny. So, like, apparently British and Americans had a rhotic language pronunciation. And then over time, our language or our pronunciation separated by a lot. And the British dropped the rhotic thing. And then in like the 50s, some guy comes up with the idea of the mid-Atlantic accent and tries to like bridge our accents back together again. It's really interesting. There's like this kind of, I don't know, that's so weird. It's like us coming from you and then y'all changing and then us coming and trying to bridge again from like the opposite direction. It's just so strange. How interesting. Yeah, thank you. It sounds like that to me. Maybe I'm incorrect. Maybe that was accurate, but younger than I definitely sounds like ye old dialect for sure. Yeah, transatlantic accent. Like, it's a cool accent, but it's really funny to think about how we bridged apart and then tried to get back together. And like that almost worked. I mean, movies for a long time really predominantly had that. I wouldn't have been surprised if everyone had that accent after a while because everyone on the movies always sounded like that. Or not everyone, but you know what I mean? Like a lot of us. Not everyone shares an accent right now anyway, but you know, for that whole, you know, newscaster, later at 11 kind of accent or whatever, that could definitely have been more of a mid-Atlantic accent. If it wasn't for honestly, probably what's his face? Marlon Brando. Like Marlon Brando might have single-handedly have killed the Mid-Atlantic accent because he went for a much more naturalistic style of acting. Ye is the Y was an amalgamation of the sound. Oh, really? So when you say ye old, it's not ye old, it's the old. Oh, the ye. Oh, how interesting. Fascinating. There's a broadcaster in hockey who has a similar dialect to the transatlantic accent, and it's great when he calls games. Ye old shop is the old shop. Are you saying it means the old shop, or are you saying that it's pronounced the old shop? Because I knew it meant that, but I didn't know that it was supposed to still sound like the. Also, like, why drop the E? And why did, like, the English versions have so many more, or the old, was this, like, Middle English, I'm assuming? Why did the Middle English versions have so many just extra fucking letters? Like, you need to spell shop with 2 P's and an E at the end, like, to get that idea across. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But man, that's just nutty. I would love to understand, like, maybe where shop came from to explain why it takes that many letters to spell that word. Very interesting. But are you saying that it was pronounced the? Let me read what you said again. I'm so high now. You said ye is the. Y was an amalgamation of the sound. What do you mean by an amalgamation of the sound? That's only one thing. I don't know how to amalgamate it. Interesting, though. The lighting is like, it's weird. It's like Hallmark or something like that kind of lighting. It's like very romantic almost. It's just it's like just pushed really hard. Yeah, it's just a weird for like a movie. This is like what I would expect from like a straight to video, romance, or like a scene in a TV show. It's really, really weird.
Well, the assembly's been convened, so...
Yeah, Hallmark lighting, right. Yeah, there you go. Totally.
So, I've been called to...
Charlestown? We're going to Charlestown?
We are. We leave in the morning.
Hell yeah. Charlestown. They tried to write TH as Y, but eventually they just wrote the TH in full. Oh, okay. So yeah, so it sounds the same. So Y was going to be the short. But okay, wait, so then why? First off, why would you do that? But whatever. Okay, so I have another question then, though. But they had the letter Y, though, right? So, I mean, what do? You go, if it's Y before E, then the sound it makes is, because, like, what do you do with the fact that that's already a shape that has a sound associated with it? Or did they just not have the letter Y yet? And then how did they say the word yet if they didn't have the letter Y? Okay, I thought this scene was more important than it is. I'm just going to use that, I think, and then cut.
Well, the assembly's been convened, so I've been called to...
Charlestown? We're going to Charlestown?
We are. We leave in the morning.
I call it Chucktown. The white line going across the screen helps keep the AI from blocking my stream for copyrighted video or whatever. And I think it generally works. I don't remember the last time I had an issue while I was using that. But if I did, it probably was audio related, which is another thing I have to worry about.
There's like one lone hair stuck in my eyeball right now. Oof.
Right. Well, although this movie's long, I feel like I'm going to probably cut a lot of it because there's going to be a lot of this kind of stuff. It's just kind of like, we're going to the place and we're doing
the concept of port cities during this time frame are very, very intriguing.
Okay. We can talk about port cities. She's just humming. Okay. We'll just cut that.
The concept of port cities during this time. The concept of port cities during this time frame are very, very intriguing.
English is crazy. There must be 10 different ways to pronounce words ending in, basically, right, exactly, because there's like, that's a F for cough, and then it's a, I don't know, it's an O for though. I mean, though definitely has to be one of the words with the highest number of, like, just ignore them letters. Like, you could spell though THO. Especially if we used accents. I think that got us in the most trouble. I think that's the thing that fucked our language the hardest, was not having accents. If we just had accents, we could have just been like, great, here is this letter and here's all of its permeations depending on the accent. But no, we didn't have them, so we had to start doing THOUGH is though, or fucking, through, that kind of stupid shit. Yeah, O for dough, exactly right. Could have just been D-O, and that's dough. Yeah, bow, yeah, or bow, trough, tough. Oh, I'm sorry, through. I thought you said trough. That's not how you spell trough. Yeah, through, exactly right, yeah. Yeah. Yo in Old English. Yeah, exactly right. You could spell it Y-O, and then instead we had to do, O-U-G-H. So I just think that's really funny. And it's kind of funny that it's the language that, like, dominated the planet. Like, it just became, like, the language of, Western currency, basically. Like, it's just the one of the most internet, like, part of why Chinese is so heavily spoken globally is because there's also just so many Chinese people. But there's only 300,000 Americans and however many hundreds of millions of did I say hundreds of millions of English speakers in like England itself, and the rest of it is just that there's so many people speaking it globally. Do you speak Japanese? I feel like you would appreciate its phonetic coherence. I don't even kind of speak a second language, not even one bit. Yeah, colonial violence kind of figures. I mean, that really just has to be what it is, because it just certainly wasn't like made the best language be the one we all speak. I think it's got fucking problems. But I've also seen things I don't like about lots of languages. One thing I've noticed, like when I was trying to learn French, I feel like the language is relatively imprecise. I feel like there's a lot of kind of like, I think about words in two sections or two groups, meaning basically like real words and then slang words. And slang will always have like the real word way to say it, but slang normally shortens something or it makes it like a connection to something else, like where a metaphor, like keep your eye on the ball. You don't have to say it like that, but with French, when I was learning it, it felt like I was often either being taught slang or it was like the way you said things was rarely like it meant the thing. It often meant something else, and it was inferred that that is what you meant. And I was like, I don't love that. It felt very imprecise. It felt like there was a lot of just understanding what a person means when they say a thing, but you're not often saying exactly what you mean. And like, for me, I can have a whole conversation in English with no slang. I don't have to ever do that. So it's just very interesting. I don't know. What are y'all saying about this, though? French has a lot of redundancies and exceptions, in my opinion. What do you mean by... Well, I agree it has exceptions. The one I think is the funniest exception is that sometimes... Well, because like elision is a rule, as well as liaison. But one of the exceptions you'll run into sometimes is that it just sounded prettier to not use it. And it's so funny. Like, that's like not a rule. Like, that's total bullshit. Like, what do I do with that? So it's so funny. That's like this one you just have to memorize that it's actually done like this because, you know, whoever way back in the day decided it just looked better. I like it, or it sounded better. So that's just memorization at that point. Now it's rare, but that's one of the issues I also have with like most character-based languages is like it's just a whole bunch of rote memorization. It's funny because I'll watch anime and a character will be like, you know, what's your name? And they'll hear their name. And then later they'll ask like, how do you spell it? And the person like spells it out. And they're like, oh, so that's how you spell that. And it's like so funny to me, the idea that I couldn't hear it and then tell you how to spell it based on what I heard. You have to just know it. If you don't know it, you just don't know it. And it's like, that's crazy to me. That seems like it's gotta be one of the hardest ones. Yeah, there's a ton of inference based on context in foreign languages. There's a lot of stuff in Japanese that will just go unsaid but is understood via context. And like I'm okay with that as like a you know, a language enhancer. I'm okay with everyone developing that over time. It just felt weird that I often was like, yeah, like I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but it's like the equivalent of like, well, you don't say pen, you say like, you know, you say like water sword, and they just know that that means pen. And I was like, that's just so strange, you know, like it felt really weird. Yeah, that's what you mean. Yeah, words with no rules applied. Right, exactly. And obviously English has a lot of that too, but it's not like we're just the only one. Having said that though, I don't know. Some of the stuff that annoys me, I think the biggest thing that annoys me is that we just have a really bad Franken language. It's almost like half Norman, half Britain, like middle Britain, or maybe even old Britain. And so then like they just there's a whole bunch of stuff that just almost feels like it's, I don't know, it's there's no rule because sometimes we're going off of the Norman version and sometimes we're going off of the other version. So there's like no way to really connect these things, you know? Yeah. Like lots of loan words from French. I mean, for sure. We do, for sure. And a lot of Latin loan words. I mean, I think pilot, I think I forgot a handful of other ones too. We got a fair amount of Latin borrows. So it's just really freaking, yes, cow and beef, right, exactly. We looked at that video a few months ago or whatever, where Oversimplified was talking about that war and the whole like blouse versus shirt and cow versus beef and all that kind of stuff. Like, yeah, it is a cow, but you eat beef. So it's just interesting. I think that's probably for me the main thing that makes our language like a mess, is because it's almost a just Franken language between two, where the other ones kind of just were slowly developing that one theoretically. Or if there was splits like that, it was like further away than ours was. So yeah, it's like there's like English has too much memorization as well because of just all the exceptions and stuff like that. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to get out of here so I can get up in the morning and then actually like really dig into working on this. The goal tonight was just to get it set up, and we did that. So we're good. Tomorrow at noon, the previous movie goes up. I forget what it's called. Inglourious Bastards, that's it. So hopefully I'll see you guys in the chat and we can hang out and watch it. Inglourious Bastards and see if we get demonetized before it's done playing. Good night, guys. Time to watch anime. Let's go. Yeah, there you go. All right, I love you guys. Y'all have a good one, and I'll catch you later.